Susan, do you want to call her? Thank you.
This is our newest principal planner.
Nice to meet you. And Claudia, we like him in this.
It's a whole, all hands on deck sort of meeting today. We have a lot of people helping us out. He's Miami Vice.
Nice to meet you. They're still working out. They're still
We
working
actually
out.
have one brother. Hi, are you good?
I think we're.
Hi Gene, this is Narayan from the city of Simi Valley. I just want to confirm that your audio is okay.
Yes, sir. This is Gene Bagnall from Parcel.
All right, thank you. I'm just going to mute you while we figure everybody else out.
So I'll leave.
So all the microphones were unmuted when I went in there, so I muted all the microphones, and it's still on non-broadcast, so. Oh, earlier today? Oh, well, if they needed to be unmuted, go ahead and unmute it, because I had muted them when I sat down.
I know, and then I unmuted them.
Okay, because I didn't know if you guys were going to be messing around out here.
They're
Testing.
testing.
Okay, got you. Yes.
The sneeze guard? Oh, no, because
There?
I'm originally going to be here.
I feel connection.
Hi Eli, this is Narayan from the city of Simi Valley. I can hear you.
I don't know the circumstance.
Hello?
Get a signal from.
Eli, I can hear you.
Now, this
Yeah, good. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I wrote back. I was really busy trying to dip. So, yeah, I wrote you back.
Hi Drew, Narayan here. Can you hear me?
This is, oh, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Very good. Thank
All right, thank you, Drew. Anne, are you
Yes,
here?
I'm here.
All right, excellent. Thank you.
Well, you don't even have to do that because they're already unmuted. All you really have to do is just let me know.
Yeah.
Or just send me the ready and then I'll unmute. I'll set up the broadcast. Lollygagging around in the cold room. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Hi, David.
Yeah, hi, you got me.
All right, we can hear you loud and clear. I'm just going to mute you while we wait for everybody else to sign in.
Okay, great. Glad it worked.
All right. Amanda, this is Narayan from the city of Simi Valley. Can you hear me?
Okay. Okay.
Amanda, checking again. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, Amanda.
Yes.
All right, we can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Weird, isn't it?
We're on a roll.
Mr. Mashihi, could you please unmute yourself? Just want to make sure that your audio is working.
Yeah, since I'm muted, yeah. We're connected to a cell phone and through the Zoom, just in case one of them gets disconnected.
Okay, just to make sure, hello, Mr. Mashihi, please mute your laptop because I think you're getting a bit of feedback. I think the sound from the laptop is that you'll have to switch off audio on the laptop.
Okay. Could you please approve the phone as well into the Zoom so that if the laptop doesn't work?
If you're calling in, you need to enter your participant ID when you call in.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
We did that.
Yeah, if you entered your
It's just connected. Yeah.
Yeah, if you enter your participant ID and keep your Zoom app running on the computer, you'll be fine.
Okay, but I'm saying because the phone, it says that the Zoom meeting hasn't started yet. That's why I just want to make sure that when it starts, you'll be in.
So you haven't entered your participant ID on the phone. You have to type pound and the participant ID, and it'll
I'll
connect.
do it again. Okay, I'll do it again.
Okay.
Can go here.
Oh, there's Tony. I guess I should do my video then.
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Tony, just confirming that your audio is working loud and clear.
Can you hear me? Yes, my audio.
Yes. All right, thank you. Claire, this is Naren from the city of Simi Valley. Could you please confirm your audio is working?
Yes, this is Claire.
Yeah,
Can you
yeah,
hear
you can
me?
spread out.
Yes, we can. I'm just going to mute you while everybody else signs in.
Fantastic.
Okay, Naren, I'm going to start the webinar.
Sorry, nobody heard.
Naren, I'm going to start the webinar.
Narn, we're going to start the webinar and we'll be starting the meeting.
All right, I'm going to put the agenda up.
This meeting is being recorded.
Planning Commission meeting of August 5th, 2020. I'll come to order. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Secretary will call roll.
Commissioner Tolson?
Here.
Commissioner Hodge?
Here.
Commissioner Rice?
Here.
Vice Chairperson Castleberry?
Here.
Chairperson Mann?
Here. May I have a motion for the approval of the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda.
Do I have a second? Second. Sorry, Commissioner Tolson, was that your second?
I second it. Yes, sir.
Agenda is approved. Approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes.
Do I have a second to approve the minutes?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner, or by Vice Chair, I'll get this right, Castleberry, and a second by Commissioner Rice. So by approved.
There we go. Sorry, my microphone was not on. Declaration of conflict. The Secretary will read the declaration of conflict.
If any member of the Planning Commission may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from consideration of any matter on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time.
Are there any declarations of conflict?
Yes, Chairperson Mann, I have a declaration of conflict with item 11A.2, which is the parcel on Industrial Street. I live somewhere between 400 and 700 feet within that project, so I'm going to recuse myself from that project.
The chair recognizes Commissioner Rice's conflict, so noted that he will abstain from participation on item 11A2. Do we have any other declarations of conflict? Hearing none. Public statements. This is the time, I'm reading this, correct?
Yes.
This is the time allotted for public statements or comments on all items other than public hearing items. Due to the closure of the City Council chamber to the public in compliance with provisions of Governor's Executive Order Number N29-20, public statements are to be submitted in writing or by email prior to 5 p.m. today and are submitted into the record and not read during the meeting. Any emails received after 5 p.m. today will be read into the record for up to 30 minutes. Some emails may not be read due to time limitations. All emails will be placed into the public record. Did we receive any emails before 5 p.m. for public statements for items not on the agenda?
We have received no emails after 5 p.m. We received one public correspondence, which was given to you for item 8. It's labeled as item 8. So we will count that as a public statement.
You want to read it?
I can read it. This is from Matt Doros. Hello, I had a plan to finalize and send my summary today regarding the oversized vehicle code revisions today, but I believe that we have a newer and more serious challenge in just pulling together and getting through the coronavirus messages. I send you all my best wishes and thoughts that we will all collectively remain healthy and look forward to the day that we can resume daily life. Take good care, and hopefully you can see.
Sean, we can't hear anything.
I'll restate that email due to technical issues. This is from Matt Doros. Hello. I had planned to finalize and send my summary today regarding the oversized vehicle code revisions today, but I believe that we have a newer and more serious challenge in just pulling together and getting through the coronavirus messages. Mega mess, sorry. I send you all my best wishes and thoughts that we will all collectively remain healthy and look forward to the day that we can resume daily life. Take good care, and hopefully you can use this quiet time to relax and enjoy quality time with your families. Kindest regards.
Do we have any other correspondence? Or sorry, any other public statements?
No.
Moving on to number 8. Is there any correspondence from the Deputy Director, City Planner?
No, just the correspondence I read, which is also provided to you at the dais.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. We received 3 supplementals. One for item 11A1, one for item 11A2, and one for item 11A3. Those are provided to you at your dioceses and also emailed to you.
Thank you. Number 9, consent calendar. I don't think we have anything on consent calendar, do we? No. Number 10, continued business. Get the right piece of paper. Continued business, none. Moving on, number 11, new business. Something tells me we have new business. Okay. (11A1). This is the time and place set for public hearing on the consideration of PD S1057 and TT 6027, and a determination that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act thereof. Are there any ex parte communications to report? Hearing none, may we have an oral report on this matter by staff?
Good evening, Chairman Mann and members of the Planning Commission. This is one of the projects that was continued from March 18th, 2020 due to the COVID pandemic and the subsequent cancellation of the Planning Commission hearings. The applicant's been very anxious to get this to hearing, and we see this as a very good project with some affordable units proposed. And presenting our report tonight is Senior Planner Jennifer Santos. Welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you. Good evening. The applicant, Jacques Mashihi, requests approval to build a new 3-story, 25-unit condominium complex with 3 affordable units on a vacant 1.43-acre parcel located at 1392 and 1408 Patricia Avenue. The request involves a planned development to construct the 25 condominiums, a tentative tract map to combine the 2 lots and create the 25 condominium lots, and an affordable housing agreement to provide 3 affordable workforce housing units for qualified moderate-income homebuyers. The general plan designation for the properties are high-density residential, and the zoning designation is residential high-density with a conditional zoning that allows up to 29 units on the acre site with a density bonus. The project site is surrounded by multifamily residential to the north and west sides of the property. To the east is an occupied parcel that has an existing approval for a 28-unit senior apartment complex, which is also going to be 3 stories. And to the south is the Arroyo Simi Greenway. The subject properties are each occupied by 1 single-family residence and will be demolished if the project is approved to develop the site. The site will include 4 buildings. Building A will have 7 units, and buildings B through D will have 6 units. A total of 55 on-site parking spaces will be provided. 50 of the parking spaces will consist of private enclosed garage spaces, and 5 spaces will be for uncovered guest parking. There will be 2 pedestrian access points from Patricia Avenue that will direct residents and visitors to the front entrances of each unit. Down here are the front entrances to each unit, and on the side right here. There will be 3 recreational areas throughout the site, and each resident will have their own private patio. The applicant will be providing 3 affordable moderate income units without a density bonus request. However, in exchange for providing the 3 units, the applicant is requesting 1 concession to allow for a reduced front yard setback. The required front yard setback ranges between 25 to 35 feet, and the applicant is requesting a reduction to 24 to 29 feet as a setback. The request which they do meet the 20% reduction, which is the max allowed under this concession. The buildings complied with the other side and rear yard setbacks. A traffic analysis was prepared for the project, and it was determined that the proposed project will not impact the level of service at the nearest major intersections, which are First Street and Los Angeles Avenue and Erringer Road and Los Angeles Avenue. The applicant will be providing 3 for-sale affordable units that are going to be at moderate income. Each unit will range from 2,170 square feet to 2,180 square feet, and will include 3 bedrooms and 3.5 baths. The trash receptacles will be stored in the garage in a private trash room, and each unit will have overhead bicycle storage. The conceptual landscape plan shows that there are 3 to 6 foot high block wall that will be installed along the east and west property lines. Along the southern property line will be a 6-foot-tall tubular steel fence. The applicant is proposing the recreational areas. 2 will be located between the buildings, and the other one will be located at the southwest corner, which will include a fire pit and picnic area and other seating. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to install a self-closing pedestrian gate that will provide access to the Simi Arroyo that is currently paved with a bike path. The applicant is proposing a Mediterranean architectural style. The condominiums will consist of stucco walls with S-shaped tile roofing, stone veneer wainscot, wood and door trims, balconies that have wrought iron railings, and other detailed themed accessories. The building colors will consist of white, off-white, and tan stucco, chocolate-covered garage doors, and reddish-brown windows for reddish-brown colors for the window fascia and the wrought iron railings. The stone veneer will be incorporated on all 4 sides of the building. This here is a view of the sides of the building for both the west and east side. And this is a view of the south side of the site. The project complies with the findings to recommend approval. It is recommended that the Planning Commission recommend to the City Council approval of PDS 1057 and Track Map 6027. This concurs staff's presentation and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions of staff from any of the commissioners?
I have a question, Commissioner Hodge, or excuse me, Van. Ms. Santos, for the people listening or watching, can you explain what who would qualify for moderate income, how much they'd have to make per year?
So moderate income for a household of 1 would be $47,460.
Thank you, Ms. Santos.
As a follow-up to that, how does it help us with our RENA goal? Have we met the moderate income RENA goal yet for this current housing cycle?
Have
we met the moderate income housing goal yet for the cycle of RENA?
Yes.
Okay.
This here is a copy of what it looks like. This actually shows here how many units of moderate income have been allocated for the moderate income. And however, I'm sorry, we still need to complete 153 units.
And this project will give us how many? 4?
3.
3. Any other questions of staff?
Was there any discussion of adding solar to this project, or covering the carports, possibly with some sort of solar panels like we have at the schools?
Actually, that's part of the new building code. All multifamily residential is required to have solar panels.
So this will have solar on it? Okay, thank you.
I've got a question. Is there any kind of lighting in that back corner lot where the recreational and the fire pit is?
Yes, as part of the approval, the property owner or the applicant will be required to submit a photometric plan. However, the photometric plan will ensure that there's enough lighting on the site and also to make sure that the lighting off-site isn't impacted.
Thank you very much. Also, on the other side of the fence on the south side facing the arroyo, who's going to maintain that landscaping?
The homeowners association will maintain the landscaping on site. And then the flood control district, Ventura County Watershed Protection District, they maintain their landscaping that's within the channel. However, the on-site will be maintained by the HOA.
And was there an amount of the HOA fee was going to be?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What is the amount of the HOA fee?
I'll defer that to the applicant.
Thank you.
This is Tim Hodge. Can you hear me?
Can you hear Hodge?
Yes. Yeah, Tim, we can hear you. Commissioner Hodge,
Very good. Ms. Santos, would you put the site plan up, please?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Site plan. Can you put the site plan up, please?
Sure, I'm sorry.
This is really a question for the record. I think I know what the answer is, but I just wanted to be confirmed. When I was taking a look at the concession It, of course, has to do with the setback of front. And then I noted in Table 1 that the setback for the back was substantially larger than what is required. My first reaction was, why can't we just move the building back a little bit? But I just wanted to confirm that the answer to that question is that the space for that setback is taken up by the guest parking and the fire lane. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. And the other question is really more of a formality. We won't get credit for the 3 affordable units until this project is built and the certificate of occupancy is provided. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be sometime in 2021 likely.
Correct.
All right, very good. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
A couple notes or questions, and it's probably better for the applicant. I'm assuming that the gate between the complex and the Arroyo, the locking gate?
Yeah, it will be self-closing, and either it will be keypad or the residents will have a key.
And where are the trash cans kept?
They're kept in the garage. There's an individual trash room that the carts will be stored in.
Inside each of the garages?
Inside each of the garages.
Okay. And I noticed that on item A20, all parking spaces within the garage must not be used for storage, because obviously parking is limited. That's, I'm assuming, an HOA enforcement, or is that a city enforcement if parking becomes an issue that people are parking their cars outside?
As part of it, it'll be HOA enforced. It'll be in their CC&Rs to ensure that they park within the garage. They're not parking in the guest parking or on the street.
Okay. And that was it for me. Any other questions of commissioners for staff? Okay, we'll open the public testimony portion of the hearing. Would the applicant like to present the project?
Jack, did you want to mention if you just want to be available for questions?
He's still muted.
Hello, c'est Jacques.
We're working our way through this.
Are we waiting for Jacques, the architect? Can you hear me?
If you're Jacques, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jacques, architect. Hear me?
Go ahead and speak, Jacques.
Hello? Okay. My name is Jacques Nashi, architect. I work for this project on 1392, and I just want to thank Jennifer for the presentation she did. It was very complete, exactly what we're doing. And I want to add one important item to provide security for the tenants and in consideration the vehicle circulation and pedestrian access from both sides of the building, and also to create a pleasant access with the landscape, so the entry of the building becomes attractive for the tenants and for the other thing we also the consideration is to avoid the long buildings. That's why we divided in 4 separate buildings, as Jennifer explained, and that allows to have part the building with 2 patios, one on each side, and just the open space. Try to
We need to speak a little bit clearer, closer to the mic. I can barely hear you.
Okay, we try to get the look of the building to match with the neighborhood. That's why it's the Mediterranean look, and especially at the front, due to the height in the desert, so we have to break the height in the portion to make sure we have the right setback, and also by doing that, it creates a stepping look that as you can see on the 2 front elevations to avoid the plain look from the street. And the middle road is going to be security and lighting, enough lighting. So, as part of the interior of the unit is 3 stories, so we have 1 bedroom at the first floor and 2 bedrooms on the 3rd floor. So the 2nd floor is entirely open for living, kitchen, dining. So that's it. You know, in comparison with other projects, they always have the living at the 1st floor, but with this design, by doing the garage at the 1st floor and the guest room on the 1st floor, the living room will have more view on both sides. So they can have more view and more light. So that's how we design it in 3 stories. And as far as the roof, it's very attractive. The Italian roof and the railing, also decorative railing, the balcony. Each unit will have balcony and terrace, and also they have a sitting area at the 1st floor, another balcony. So it's really very, very complete. And if you have any question, I'm willing to answer.
Okay, I got a low percentage of that, but I mean, I've already read the report, so I don't think there was much more said unless I missed something that somebody may consider important. I can still hear a whole lot of feedback or background from somebody who has an open mic.
Yeah, we're having a little trouble hearing him, but if you have any specific questions, we could speak with the applicant. I think, generally he's supporting what planner Santos provided.
Are there any questions of the applicant?
Yes, Commissioner Mann.
Gotcha, good, thank you.
Chairperson Mann. My question, sir, is do you have any plans to put any security cameras either along the back fence or on the front of the property?
Please ask the question again. You were muted.
Oh. Sir, I was asking, do you have any plans to put any security cameras along the back fence or along the front of the property by any chance?
Yeah, we make suggestions to the owner, and very and we accommodate the tenant and the citizens.
I didn't get a word of that.
I didn't understand.
Ellie, would you like to answer him?
Sure. Well, we don't have plan at the moment, but I'm sure as we move forward, most likely we'll add it on.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
My only question was, I believe that Chairperson Mann was going to ask it, which is what are the, do we have any idea what the HOA fees are going to run on this project?
We don't have a set number yet, but I would estimate somewhere around $500 more or less.
Okay. That was it for me.
Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner Tolson, any questions of the applicant?
No questions.
No, none for me.
Okay, moving. Do we receive any requests from members of the public to make a public statement on Zoom for this item? And if so, please use the hand raise function on your computer, or number 9 if on your phone. Staff will unmute you when it's your turn. Do we have anybody?
Yeah.
We have one person, that is Rebecca, and we will unmute Rebecca.
Council chamber, you're cutting out.
There we go.
State that again, Norin.
I said you cut out there.
Please allow Rebecca to speak.
Sorry, Sean, you cut out again.
Hi, Norrin. Rebecca wishes to speak.
There she is.
Hello, Rebecca.
Hi, can you guys see me or hear me?
We can hear you and we can see you. By all means, go ahead.
Okay. Awesome. Good evening, Commissioners Tolson, Hodge, Castleberry, Rice, and Mann. I am so happy to finally have the Planning Commission meeting back. I know it's been a few months. Obviously, COVID-19 has really affected the way that city does the way that the city does business. But I'm really happy that we finally have caught up with a lot of the other functions and have moved over to Zoom, so I'm really thankful for that. I also just want to quickly thank Mrs. Santos for allowing me to speak today. I do really appreciate it. I was reviewing the agenda and kind of going through the different rules of how to be able to submit a public comment. So I know it may seem like it's straightforward, but we just have so many different rules that sometimes it's not as clear. So thank you to Mrs. Santos for clarifying that with me and allowing me to speak today. So I would like to speak on behalf of the project that was just presented, the development. So I think it's identified as PDS 1057 and TT 6027. Which is 25 condos. I believe they're for home ownership, and I'm particularly interested in the 3 units that are workforce housing, moderate income. I really am really glad to see a development addressing a really big need that we have in the community. In California, housing is an issue, and in Simi Valley we have limited space. So I really am thankful for the way that they've proposed this development, which is there's 25 units, but they are building up. So I really do like that. The plans, as far as visually, they look great. I think it already, something that was mentioned in the report was that they already fit the current plan for that zoning area, which is currently set at high-density residential zoning, so it already fits with the current plan that we have for the area. I also like that the development is in the Patricia area. It is a area that has a high population of Latino families, and I really like that they're really developing that area, and specifically the workforce housing units that are available. I'd like to get a little more information, hopefully from the developers, in regards to, I know that they mentioned, in order to qualify for a household of 1, $47,460, but what does it actually look like as far as pricing goes? Kind of a ballpark. I know they may not have the exact amount, but if they could answer that, I would really appreciate that. I like that. I believe one of the commissioners mentioned solar on the roofs. They even, I think in the report, it mentioned having storage for bikes. So that area is being developed. for, families and individuals walking and things like that. As far as Arroyo Simi, there is a park right on the other side of that, so I really like that. Also, that area in general is there's LA Avenue, which has access to grocery stores. It has Vallarta. It has Valley Produce. There's gyms on the other side of that. You have Starbucks. So it really is an area that can be very walkable. So I really do like that they brought up potentially storage for bikes. I like how that fits in there. They also, I believe there was a recommendation from the Affordable Housing Subcommittee that met on March 2nd in regards to, I believe, the workforce housing. So I do like that. It does come with some support already. And so I'm kind of like finalizing my public statement would just be that that this project be passed on to City Council for approval. I can't emphasize enough how I'm glad to see that they've set apart, hopefully I want to see that the three units for workforce housing, moderate income, and just like a little bit more information on what that price looks like. But yes, ultimately I support this project. I am a resident of Simi Valley, and it is very close to my area, so I'm really happy to see this project, and hopefully it will get the support of all the commissioners to go to City Council, and it will be approved there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other viewers? Any other Zoom calls? I'm still getting used to the whole wording, phrasing technology.
I believe that's the last Zoom caller for this.
And we have nobody that's called in on their phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do we receive any email comments on this item received after 5 p.m. today?
Yes, in addition to your supplemental, which was received, which were some emails received before the meeting, our new principal planner, Claudia Pedrosa, is going to advise us what emails we received after 5 o'clock today, and she will read them into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson Mann. We have received 2 emails on item A1. The first email is from Max Jennings, and his email reads as follows: Planning Commissioners, please approve item A1. Ventura County is experiencing a housing shortage that is driving up rents, poverty, homelessness, and commute times. It is also contributing to COVID infection as residents are forced into overcrowded homes. These 25 homes will address these issues to make Simi Valley more affordable, inclusive, and vibrant. Thank you, Max Jennings, BC EMB. The second email was received at 6:02, and this is from Connor Finney, and it reads as follows: Hello, my name is Connor Finney, and I am a concerned citizen and a renter. I would like to express my support for this project. California is in the midst of a historic housing crisis and a budding eviction crisis. California is facing a severe housing shortage, and low-income renters are facing the brunt of it. These affordable units will be a benefit to the community and a lifeline for families in need. That concludes the emails.
Are there any other comments from staff regarding statements made during the public hearing?
Ms. Santos, do you have any?
No, I don't.
And I have no other comments.
Would the applicant like to respond to any of the comments regarding statements made during the public hearing?
I'm sorry, we have one comment from staff, Eric Chen.
Okay. Mr. Chen?
Council members?
Yes, Mr. Chen. Go ahead and proceed.
Yes. Thank you very much. So according to our public comment, Rebecca's question regarding housing cost, The initial cost for the 3 moderate income units will start at $404,147.
Can you repeat that? 404,000?
$404,147.
Okay. Thank you very much for that comment.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, we'll close the public testimony portion of the hearing. Are there any comments or questions from members of the Planning Commission?
We just want to go into, I'm just going to say some things about the project.
Make your notes, make your comments.
I'm just going to make my comments. Okay, so there's a few things. The landscape plan is really nice. I like that. I like the fact that they're patios for these units so people can be outside. I like the fact that they're these larger units, which we don't have a lot of these larger size units. And of course, like many people have said, I'm happy to see 3 more moderate income units that help us meet our RENA goals. The design of the buildings doesn't knock my socks off, but it meets all the guidelines as I see it. So I'm in favor of the project.
We'll stay on the dais.
Yep.
Vice Chair Castleberry?
I would echo everything that Commissioner Rice stated. I would add on, I like the fact that they are utilizing our greenway and adding that pedestrian gate. Hopefully the residents here do use their bicycles and walk to be a little bit more environmentally friendly. It's not the worst design we've ever seen, so I'm definitely happy there. I think that the project does a lot of things. It fits our fits what we need, fits the community. It's the right scale for where it's the right placement of the units. All in all, I'm pretty thrilled with the project, so I support this project as well.
Commissioner Tolson.
Yes, sir. Here I come. Overall, the project is, I love the looks of it. The design elements are great. The landscaping is good. I'm really glad that they're doing the solar because obviously that's required. It's an improvement over what's there now. I would just maybe ask that suggestion that as they tear down the 2 homes that are there, if there's any possible materials that can be recycled, maybe they're sent over to the Habitat for Humanity Restore. I would like to maybe have as a condition of approval the security camera, at least in the back, and the HOA seems a little high, but other than that, I'm in favor of this project.
And Commissioner Tim Hodge.
Yeah, I'm in support of this project. One of the things that I found interesting about in reviewing it is I'm really happy that there are, of course, the 3 affordable units, but perhaps equally, I'm glad that those units are in a project that otherwise would stand alone as a good project that we would probably support whether or not those were in there. The applicant in this particular case managed to come up with more than 10% affordable housing while making a project which is aesthetic and generally, going to provide a nice place to live for the people who are going to live there. And one of the reasons that it is, in fact, going to be an addition to the community is that the applicant, with the very minor exception of one concession for the setback in the front, otherwise followed all of Simi Valley's guidances with respect to height, setbacks, trees, all these things that we believe, and I think rightly, enhance the quality of life of the people that live there and the people that live near there. So this applicant did something which is really something that I'm very happy to see, and that is to be able to include the affordable component while otherwise essentially adhering to the guidelines and design elements that we believe enhance the city and the environment for the people who live there. So congratulations to the applicant. I'm in support of the project for those reasons.
And my final comments, not to take up any time, I'll certainly echo the fellow commissioner's comment. I think the developer did a great job in going above and beyond what he needed to do. I like the 3 affordable units. If the applicant will go ahead and accept the condition or recommendation from the dais to add the security camera,
Commissioner Tolson said the rear of the property, and I'd be okay with that, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I need to reopen the public hearing for that part? Or is that something that staff can work out?
We could reopen the hearing quickly if the applicant wants to respond to that, if they would consider adding a security camera to the rear.
Yeah, we consider the added on.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right.
I'll close the public hearing again. May I please have a reading of the resolution?
Resolution number SVPC 5-2020, a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Simi Valley recommending to the City Council approval of Plan Development Permit PDS 1057 and tentative track map TT 6027, and the determination that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act as amended.
The chair will now entertain a motion.
I move to adopt a resolution recommending to the City Council approval of PDS 1057 and TT 6027, and a determination that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
A motion was made by Vice Chair Castleberry. May I have a second?
I second the motion. Oh, or Tolson.
I will take the second from Commissioner Tolson.
Thank you.
Call for the vote. I'm assuming we do a voice vote?
Voice vote. Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Chairperson Mann.
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Castleberry.
Yes.
Commissioner Tolson.
Yes.
The motion passes. The appeal period for PDS 1057 is 14 calendar days. However, this item will proceed to City Council with the Planning Commission's recommendation. Proceed to the next item. We'll make a note that Commissioner Rice has abstained. Left the dice. Going into solitude.
And Chairman Mann, we are just reconfiguring for the next item. It'll be 1 moment.
Okay. Take a 30-second break or however long it takes to reconfigure.
Chairman, technically Commissioner Rice has recused himself from this next item.
Yes. Go back in the record, we can go to that. Go ahead and share your screen. Please stop sharing.
We ready to start?
Yes, we're ready to go.
Before we begin on the next matter, Commissioner Rice has recused himself from the next hearing referenced as TPS 692 and CUP S 827. This is the time and place set for the public hearing on the consideration of tentative parcel map TPS 692 and conditional use permit CUP S 827, and a determination that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Are there any ex parte communications to report? May we have hearing none. May we have an oral report on this matter by staff?
Good evening, Chairman Mann and members of the Planning Commission. Caesar, if you could put the video screens, drag those down below so we can see more of your screen. Just scoot it down towards the bottom. Thank you there. Okay, good evening, everyone. This is one of the other projects which was slated for March of this year, but was continued and delayed due to the pandemic. We have spent several months with this applicant for this industrial project with a self-storage component. And again, they are very anxious for a decision tonight. And our associate planner, Cesar Hernandez, is going to provide a presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. The applicant, Leonardo Maldonado, requests to develop a now vacant lot that is located at the east terminus of Industrial Street, between Industrial Street and Alley Avenue. The requests are for a tentative parcel map and conditional use permit. The project site is surrounded by industrial uses on the north, east, and west, and by the railroad tracks to the south. The tentative parcel map is proposed to subdivide the 4.6 acre parcel into 4 lots. All internal driveways, utilities, and parking will have jointly held easements. The CUP is proposed to develop a 3-story, 40-foot high self-storage facility in Building A and 3 30-foot high industrial buildings shown as Building B, C, and D. Primary access is provided by a central driveway, while emergency access is provided on the eastern driveway that runs from Industrial Street to Alley Avenue. Construction of all 4 buildings would total 153,933 square feet. All existing trees would be removed. The applicant would mitigate the loss of trees and plant on-site trees and deposit funds into the city's tree replacement fund. Facing Alley Avenue, the proposed buildings will be located behind a 100-foot wide railroad right-of-way and tracks, then a 28-foot wide in-Rich Parkway with 48-inch box trees. Along Industrial Street, proposed buildings will be set back a minimum of 53 feet behind a 10-foot wide landscape strip with 36-inch box trees and a shrub hedge in front of the parking lot. The east and west sides of the development will be planted with trees in a 10-foot wide landscape strip as part of a business park design. The design of all four buildings is coordinated to have the same materials and includes stucco with substantial score lines, concrete panels and decorative strips, offset masonry columns, and glass windows with the same frame proportions at the entry to each building. As you see here, these are all the 4 sides of buildings A, with the front elevation at the top facing Industrial Street. The south elevation that is partially visible from Alley Avenue provides similar details. And this is for buildings B, C, and D elevations with landscaping. This photo sim shows the project as you approach development on Industrial Street. And this photo sim shows the project that's approached from eastbound Alley Avenue. The proposed project is consistent with the existing building designs along the Industrial Street, and those 2 tilt-ups are across the street from the proposed site, and they will have existing design as the proposed site. Based on the findings on the staff report dated August 5, 2020, the staff recommends approval of tentative parcel map, TPS 692 and CUPS 827. Thank you. Staff is available for questions.
Any questions of staff?
I have one. So we did receive a email today from an owner of another public storage facility, or a storage facility here in town. Do we have any idea what the market need or market study is for these types of projects? I know we have a significant number, so I'm just curious to know if there's a need for it.
I know the letter, the correspondence that you're referring to may have mentioned to that effect, but I think I may refer that to our applicant. He may have an idea of what that might be.
Okay, not a problem.
Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner Tolson, any questions?
Yes, this is Tim Hodge. I have a couple questions. Mr. Hernandez, could you put up the elevation showing the front of the building on industrial? Okay. All right, that's fine. The trees that are shown here, I mean, what I'm driving at here is on building A, the space between in the middle. What's that distance between the two doors, approximately?
I believe it's like 15 feet, according to the staff report, plus or minus.
15 feet between the doors?
Between the two big doors is more like 150 feet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 150 feet.
All right, so it's a half a football field. We have 3 trees that are going to be there. Is this truly representative of the foliage placement and distance between them?
No, this is not. This is not fully indicative. It's more of a graphical representation of some landscaping. It's not always. These renderings are not always fully representing the conceptual landscape plan.
Okay, now this is a 3-story building, correct?
There's one 3-story building, and then the rest, I believe, are 2-story.
Building A is 3-story, correct?
Building A, correct.
What I'm driving at is this: those trees are probably, what, 10 to 15 years?
That would be reasonable.
Yeah.
Correct.
See, I have some concern with, I realize this is a pretty industrial street, and this is at the end of the industrial street. This is not something that, everybody's going to see when they pop off the freeway. At the same time, it should have some aesthetic qualities that are consistent with what we request, businesses to have within the community. The distance there is pretty wide. I don't see much in the way of I really love some of the work, with the apparent wood and the glass on the right-hand side and the extreme left-hand side. It's terrific. I just wish that there was some sort of a design element in that 150-foot space and or some greater confidence that the landscaping that would be put in there would screen this otherwise very bland space. Now, I'm looking at this two-dimensionally. I see the gray, then the white band, and then the lighter band of gray. I don't know if any of that is in any form more than two-dimensional, but I'm going to have to ask the applicant to speak to that when they come forward, unless staff can answer that question, if that's a flat space or if it's somehow multidimensional. But that's one of the concerns that I have when taking a look at this particular spot. In that 50-yard space to put 48-inch box trees in there and have to wait 10 to 15 years before they even begin to provide any kind of real screening for what's otherwise a fairly bland facade. I also have another question. So that's really more of a comment. I also have another question of staff. We've got 76% or so of the square footage is going to be the storage, and then obviously 24% industrial. Is there phasing associated with this, or is the developer intending on building them all at the same time?
Commissioner, I will defer that question to the applicant to answer that.
Very good. Okay. Those are my inquiries at this point.
And Commissioner, Hodge, I don't know if Caesar has the landscape plan exhibit. To clarify the tree spacing, there's a conceptual landscape plan, and what we may be looking at are the trees at the end of the parking rows, so there actually is a little bit of separation for the primary trees, particularly between Building A across that frontage on the front and back of Building A. So, however, there's a significant amount of perimeter screening from Los Angeles Avenue and Industrial Street as shown on the exhibit. So there's a lot of landscape input on the perimeter of the site itself for screening from off-site. The trees shown adjacent to the buildings, there's a little bit of gap, but it is supplemented by the trees along the street, and the applicant may want to follow up with that when they get their chance to speak.
Okay, Mr. Gibson, as we're looking at the landscape plan now, is this actually representative of, I mean, I understand that there's 77 or some large amount of trees, and it's a large amount of money that's either going to go onto the project or provided to the city. When I take a look at the landscape plan here, I see an awful lot of trees. I mean, that's a lot of trees. I don't know if that's a truthful or a designed application of how many trees could actually be planted with the amount of money that would be the commitment, or if this is once again just an example of what might happen. So I'm hopeful that maybe the developer, when they speak to that, can in fact speak to this question.
We'll refer to the developer, and Planner Hernandez will check the staff report to see how that refers to the tree mitigation and the availability in the meantime.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Tolson, any questions?
Can Planner Hernandez talk about the flood zone as it relates to this property and properties adjacent to it?
Yes, Commissioner. The site will be graded to raise the building out of the floodplain, and the project will not increase offsite flooding by installing a stormwater detention swale at the back of the property, as shown on your civil site plan exhibit. And this will help limit the stormwater runoff to the pre-development rate for a 10-year storm.
And to follow up with that response, Caesar, if you want to put up the slide with the flood zone revisions associated with this project. Currently, the property is in the flood zone, but with the required improvements that the applicant will have to bear, the site and approximately 22 properties are projected to be removed out of the flood zone around the surrounding areas. And our senior engineer, Steve Benjamin, I believe, is on the call, and if you want any follow-up questions, we could pull him up on Zoom.
I just want to clarify, so all those homes in green, all that area marked in green, are going to be pulled out of the flood zone?
Let's get Steve on the line.
As well as the properties to the east, those two.
Mr. Benjamin, can you explain the image we're looking at?
Yes, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second, I'll finish. Yeah, so, the applicant's consultant has provided a floodplain analysis to revise the floodplain in this area. So the highlighted in yellow are all the properties that will benefit from their analysis. So we have 22 and portions of others. So the yellow does reflect the parcels that will be removed.
Commissioner Tolson, does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much.
Do you have any other questions?
Not at this time.
Okay, I do have a few. giving up a large piece of industrial land, or piece of land that's zoned industrial, is there any comparison to the, and I'm just guesstimating based on the 116,000, we're going to round it to 120, for a 40,000 square foot industrial zone building, how many jobs that would generate? Simply because we're giving up, I mean, 3 of the buildings, 3 of the 4 are industrial, but 1 is going to be storage space. Has there been any research done, or do you have any numbers on that?
I believe the applicant had spoke about this earlier, so I'll defer that question to the applicant.
Okay, applicant is fine, thank you. The Commissioner Hodge, with the trees, great. Is there other buildings that we've approved have had a lot more glass and metal, so we don't have, if you could bring up any one of the side elevations would be great of the proposed building. There just seems to be a large, vast expanse of the building that it looks very nice with a 15-year mature tree in front of it, but is there anything that we can do similar to what we did with, for lack of a better term, the Zbeck building and the one in Temple Canyon, where they seem to put a lot more false windows, glass fronts, and metal, something to make it more architecturally appealing? I understand it's a commercial building, but it's still a building. The other thing that Commissioner Hodge brought up about whether or not we can do two-dimensional architecture to create a false facade or something along those lines, to at least give us some depth so people are not looking up or looking at a tilt-up building.
That's a good question, Commissioner. If you look at the perspective of this project, most of it is probably dominantly viewed from the main arterial of LA, East LA. And let me bring that slide up. So it's eastbound.
Not impressive. Not impressive.
So with that being said, we can request that the applicant do some further enhancements and breaks within the building as it's visibly exposed from this end, kind of to what Commissioner Hodge was mentioning earlier.
Because what I'm looking at here, we can use my little pointer pen to see if I can poke him in the eye. I'm assuming all of those are just supposed to be representative of trees that are grown up equally on that building, because that's not a design in the building, correct? The area I'm pointing to on the screen? Those is that a representation of a tree that without those trees there, I'm going to be looking at just that big, huge, white, expansive side of that building?
I believe that's just part of their concept plan. However, to what you're alluding to, there could be additional landscaping that you referred to on a condition if you want it on the final landscape.
Well, actually, I'd rather see something on the building itself, because you have what appears to be like a 6-foot-high fence going all around, and then all these little things look like they're supposed to be trees, because or bushes, whatever you want to call it.
Correct.
That seems to be a tree in the corner. But without all that greenery there, you're still looking at just a huge, expansive piece of building.
Right. Correct.
Can we look at the westbound LA Avenue view?
Not sure I have it. No, we don't have it, Commissioner. I apologize.
Because the one in our information, our packet, had a great picture of the other person's property with a boat in it, which was very good.
Correct.
Again, you're still seeing a large piece of a corner of the building that has a nice pretty tree superimposed on it, but practicality-wise, you're looking at two sides or a corner of the building that should have something similar to, like, again, what we did on the Temple Canyon project, the Zbeck building that evidently just got leased. It looks stunning. It's very nice. You're not looking at a big, huge, flat corner. You're looking at something with some dimension to it. So that would be part of my question, and certainly we can talk to the developer about that. Commissioner Hodge brought up how the years of landscaping. Now, maybe I missed it. I'm assuming that there's been soil testing and everything else done on this project.
Correct.
Did they remove, did they remediate? What did they do with the soil from the Big Three Industries huge complex that was there in the 60s and 70s?
Steve, can you answer that? Steve Benjamin.
Okay, one sec. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you know, without the soils report, I would have to get back to you on that. I don't have the answer for that.
We can refer that question to the applicant.
Okay.
Chairman Mann.
Perfect.
And we can also ask the applicant about the architectural features that you
Yes, of course.
desire for that as well. See if you'd
Okay.
be interested in adding more to it.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from any commissioners? Okay, we'll open up the public testimony portion of the hearing. Would the applicant like to present the project?
Absolutely, I'm ready to go.
Go ahead, David.
It's all yours, sir.
Okay, thank you guys for having us. We worked on this project about 8 years now, and past 3 pretty intensely with the city. Caesar's a great guy, but he's our 4th planner. We're scheduled to come in March, and we're coming now on Zoom. Thank you for that. What we've done is we have done a storage facility there. It's pretty much a state-of-the-art type building. All the traffic's around the rear. It's mitigated from the street intensely. It's got great character. It looks fantastic. We like it. And we did add some industrial components to it, as you guys referred to add jobs, add for small businesses. We just think, especially with COVID right now, this is an extra great use for this building, this project. It alleviates, there's no retail, which is beautiful. It's most of the new demand for new buildings now in business parks is for industrial type buildings. And that's what we have a component of here, as well as the storage facility. I appreciate your concerns for the exteriors. I think when you're looking the eastbound LA Avenue that's on the screen now, you have to remember you're looking at railroad tracks, then you're looking at a barrier of landscape, you're looking at some trees, we could maybe plant more trees there, and there's a lumber yard next door. So it's not as apparent as in this visualization here as you're coming up LA Avenue. It will be mitigated by 3 of those things. If you can find, I have right here the southeast view from LA Avenue, and I don't know if you can see that on the screen, but you'll see we've mitigated that whole point, the most visible point of LA Avenue, with glass and articulation, shadowing here, more rock here, coming down here. Same thing on this one. There's a barrier of landscape here, and you can see that there is a lot more articulation than I think that is shown by these renderings. And again, if you look at the landscape plan, which we have here, you can see that these are pretty much filled out. Not doing too good here. They are filled out on the street with these larger 3 trees you're seeing in the drawing, but you'll also see that we've infilled this and backfilled it and done a tremendous amount of extra landscaping around it. On the rear of the property as well, which is only visible from LA Avenue, and on the back of the industrial buildings in LA Avenue, there's actually a 15 to 20 foot barrier of landscaping that will block the building. So again, I appreciate your concern about the buildings being stark, but they will not be highly visible. It might take a year or 2, guys, to get those trees to grow up, but this whole barrier here was designed to block us from the lumber yard and block us from LA Avenue and the railroad track. So we're as concerned about that as you are. I worked with ZBEC on their design. They were a whole different animal. They're going towards a completely different user. They're on Tapo Canyon, and that design was built specifically for that. So going back, we have been working on this pretty intensely for 3 years. We have worked with 4 different planners on this. We've met several different iterations of it. We have met with the police department. We've met with Steve Benjamin. We've met with FEMA. We've met with all the public works directors. We've met with traffic. We have met with people after people on this project from the city representatives, and done each and everything they've asked us. So we worked our tail off on this thing. As he also said, we have to raise the site to get out of the FEMA flood zone. That provides an immediate benefit of not requiring any type of flood insurance for a number of residents in the area, and that's a big bonus. And it's going to be the nicest thing on the street. It's a dead-end street. Right now, we have homeless living there. We have, a lot of drug deals go down there. It's just not a great lot.
If needed, get all this back on. So we are off for the next 5 minutes.
Is it Zoom meeting?
So if you're at home watching on TV, we're currently on about a 5-minute break while we get our audio visual back up and running in the chamber.
Zoom's still going. No.
Kind of like back in school where the film would break halfway through and they'd have to rewind it and put it back together. Yes, exactly. You would see it start to burn a hole in it from the light bulb sticking.
Might have been just before my time, I think. Just a little before mine.
Oh, God.
I get you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Director of Perils, is it? What's the official title? Director of Perils. Got it. Okay, so evidently they can hear us back in the world out there. I'm getting updates.
Can they hear you?
Yes, on TV they can hear us. Can they see us?
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go ahead and do a roll call to make sure my fellow commissioners are on. Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner Tolson?
See, do we need to unmute you?
Oh, yeah, are we muted? Oh, yeah, it says we haven't joined yet.
I am looking for Commissioner Hodge and Commissioner Tolson.
There it goes.
Lower left-hand corner.
Is the presenter unmuted? Nope. Well,
Doing a sound test.
Testing.
okay, so we have audio and video out in TV land.
The lower left-hand corner, there's an option to join video right above the start menu. If you go down.
Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner Tolson, are you with us? Dean Kinnicky has left the building. The only problem with leaving your camera on.
Sean, if you go to the lower left corner above the start menu, there's an option to join audio and video.
Oh, I know what the issue is. The phone. Oh, your thing's back up, Jen.
Oh, do I need to call back in?
Yep.
I'm gonna mute the microphones for this part.
We're muting the microphones?
Well, just so.
That's fine.
so
No,
that
by all means.
Hear this dial-in process?
By all means, do what you need to do. This is a whole new world for us.
Okay, we're testing. Narn, can you hear us?
Loud and clear.
We can go back to the live video feed if possible.
Give it a shot, Alan. Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner Tolson, are you with us?
I just heard you. This is Tim Hodge. I just heard you, but you seem very distant.
That's because my microphone was off. Any better, Commissioner Hodge?
Perfect.
Commissioner.
Much better. I can hear you too.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hodge. Commissioner Tolson. Do we have the applicant, David Parker, with us?
Yes, I'm still here. Still here.
Okay, if you're ready to continue, I think our technical difficulties have ended. I guesstimated somewhere about 5 minutes into his 15-minute presentation as an approximate number. I think I'll be a little bit generous on the time. So go ahead, Mr. Parker, continue on with your presentation.
Mr. Hodge, how much did you hear? I think the commissioners heard most of my presentation. I'm just not sure City Council did.
Yeah, Mr. Parker, I heard all of your presentation. The question I would ask Chairman Mann is, did there come a time where Mr. Parker was in the middle of the presentation and he seemed to cut out? But otherwise, he seemed to finish as far as I could tell.
I believe he cut out somewhere right around when he was talking about the westbound view on LA Avenue that you were doing. You were talking about the landscape buffer zone on LA Avenue for the new proposed building right at the railroad tracks.
Yes, and we had the westbound view you were looking at. What I stated was, and there's approximately 15 to 20 feet of landscape, and it's designed by the landscape architect with a few larger trees to mitigate that view. You're looking next to the lumber yard. You're looking across the railroad tracks. The view will be blocked pretty heavily there from landscape. So a lot of undulation in that building was not planned or designed because in 2 years it won't be visible or barely visible. That building is shorter than the 3-story building. That's really just a 1-story building. I want to correct Caesar on that. It's just a 1-story building. And again, if you do go to the view from eastbound, you'll see we did provide a lot of glass and relief and stone on that view here. I don't know if you can still see it. It's getting a little dark out here. I'm in the backyard. So. But there's a lot of relief on that building. So we did focus on where LA Avenue is very close to the buildings as our major point of concern to make sure that those undulations were mitigated. I think the other thing I stated was on this landscape plan that in between the 150-foot span that we were discussing, there is 3 large trees which are shown in the rendering. What's not shown in the rendering is the smaller infill trees and bushes that are also designed along there, as well as planters along the building that have trees and shrubbery along that side too. So I think we did a fair amount of what was required. We did over and above on a lot of the landscaping. And again, like I said, we worked with 4 different planners to come up with this design, and this is not the ZBEC building on Tapo Canyon. It's not designed for that type of tenant. It's not designed for that kind of location. And for Industrial Avenue on a dead-end street, we did a lot of useful type design in it, but as well as aesthetic design. So with that, I think I finished my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the applicant? We'll start with Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chairman Mann. Mr. Parker, once again, thank you for the presentation. There's a lot of your project that I like, and just so you understand philosophically where at least I'm coming from. Let me ask you a preliminary question. You said that this is not a project that's for the same tenant as the ZBEC project. And I understand when you say that vis-a-vis the storage project, but there are 3 buildings on your project, including 2, which are the most visible buildings on the property that face Los Angeles Avenue, both East and West Avenue, which are in fact the same tenant, I believe, the same target tenant as ZBEC. ZBEC is more of a, as I understand, industrial. It's more of a warehouse, a storage warehouse. And you may have storage warehouse in your 2 buildings that are on the south side of your project. They may be something different, but they're industrial. They're exactly the same in essence as what ZBEC was over on Los Angeles Avenue and, geez, what's that? It's not Tapple Canyon, it's Capital Canyon. All right. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm with you, and I think ZBEC was going for more of a corporate tenant, and I think he's leased the building. I think I heard it was a pretty major tenant as well. So our tenants or our buyers are people that need to afford that building to be able to do their business. They're not large businesses. And every time I add a whole wall of glass on that building, you know, it costs hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. And we try to keep the design very nice, very up-to-date, very modern-looking. Again, it's certainly much more modern-looking, much more presentable than anything else on Industrial Avenue because of the age of the building. But we're not going for a Fortune 500 company like ZBEC did. We're going for a guy who's moving out of a 3,000-foot unit to buy a 10,000-foot unit for his own use, so he can hire his own people and try to grow to that next step. And we do have to be very conscious of what we spend there.
I agree with you. And you understand, I don't think that anybody is talking about a whole wall of glass. You understand, and I hope that staff had told you during the course of it, if I'm not misremembering our own requirements, is that there are elements within the design guidelines, which include for industrial properties, that there be either some form of articulation or design elements to soften the appearance and to improve the overall quality of the project, et cetera. When we talk to ZBEC and other commercial projects that have come before us, we've talked about that, the need to have something. In the case of what I see for Los Angeles Avenue, I see virtually nothing except for the trees. And I understand, I think that you're perhaps a little optimistic about the trees covering things up in a year or 2. You did say that those projects are, those buildings there on the south side of the building are only 1 story. Is that true? It looks like they're larger.
They're 1-story warehouses, yes.
So on the south side of the building, you have 1-story buildings. I think it's C and D, or 1
Correct. And these are the rear of the buildings are facing LA Avenue, and those buildings are 30 feet in height, approximately. I mean, it could be a little higher in that corner, just because we did have to raise the site a little bit.
All right. So, so 30 feet is. I appreciate that there may only be 1 story inside because it's 30 feet high, but it's 30 feet high. It's not a 12 or 15-foot building.
Right.
So I'm just sort of giving you the opportunity to sort of respond to these things. These are things that I'm concerned about. In all the projects that we've seen on the Planning Commission since I've been on the Commission in 2012. So for that 8-year period of time, we talk to applicants about 360 elements. We talk about design elements, things to make it look a little bit different than just some stark tilt-up warehouse. Not so much to make it look like an office building, but to give it a flavor, to give it something. And I think that something might be missing on the south elements of those 2 buildings that are 30 feet high, and the section between the 150-foot section in front of the storage unit. Those are just concerns that I have. And I really would like to see something in there to soften and mitigate, that mass, which I think you probably have read in our design elements.
Okay, I understand. So if I hear you, you're saying that if we could soften up the back of those buildings along LA Avenue and maybe that 150-foot stretch, you'd feel much more comfortable with the project.
I certainly would.
Okay. I think we can work with staff to get that done.
Oh, and by the way, I'm very pleased that you're putting all the buildings in at once. Bravo, and I'm giving a little hand clap to you for that.
Thank you very much.
Those are my questions.
Commissioner Tolson.
Okay, thank you. Great point.
A couple questions. Mr. Parker, you're not the official applicant on the paperwork. Leonardo Maldonado is. Are you a staff person for extra space storage, or are you just a contractor, developer? What's your position?
So I'm the developer on the project. Leo is not working on the project now. At his architecture firm, they have other staff on their firm, and I work with Extra Space Storage to do the development of these projects. And we've done a lot of development in the city. We've done stuff on other streets. We did the Clarion Commons project down the street, 10, 15 years ago, and we've done a lot of stuff in the city. So we're really familiar. Our builder on the project is Southern California Builders in Thousand Oaks. They're a great builder, and you guys, the project will go smoothly once we get rocking.
David, thank you very much. Let me ask you this: for the main building, which is the extra space storage, how many employees do you think that's going to have?
Typically, a storage unit like that will have maybe 3 to 6 between the entire staff. It's not a huge employment base there. On the other hand, with the traffic concerns that were on, coming off the main street, that was a plus to the traffic department. So, it's kind of a combination of good and evil, I guess, if you're looking for more jobs. But our industrial buildings will bring a tremendous amount of employment, and like an opportunity for growth as well. You can get guys out of smaller buildings, maybe they're in the San Fernando Valley, get them back closer to home. Contribute more to the community.
And building B, C, and D are going to be for sale.
They will be for sale and for lease, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And that was the only questions I had for you at this point. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Vice Chair Castleberry.
I only have one question, which I'd asked the staff earlier, which was I was curious to know about the market need for more storage units. We already have a few in town, and we did receive a concerned email from another owner that he has seen tenants cut their leases off because of the COVID pandemic. Have you done a market study to see if there's a need for another storage facility in Simi Valley?
Again, maybe you got cut off during this. We had done studies prior for several years, and there was a demand for storage. We felt in this size range in the storage unit that was built. Since COVID, we have not done a revised study. Again, we were supposed to be on City Council docket or a Planning Commission docket in February and then in March, and so there was no need to do one because there was no COVID. So we have not done one since. And I do understand that in the storage businesses, in some locations, it's suffered, and probably Simi Valley's dropped a little bit because people have homes, but in heavily apartment areas, areas with heavily populated with apartment tenants, it's actually increased a little bit. So we're confident that we're a year and a half, maybe 2 years down the road to get this done possibly, and hopefully we'll be back in the normal world by then, and we'll have actual city council and planning meetings at the chambers.
Well, I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Sure.
One of my questions, obviously, that I had asked before the staff redirected to you, on an equal-sized building of Building A, the mini storage, let's assume that's a 40,000 square foot floor space. I don't know if this is even in your purview. Would you have any idea on an industrial building typical use, the number of employees that would be used in a 40,000 square foot building as compared to the 3 to 6 that are going to be used as a public storage facility?
Well, let me ask you, what's the parking requirement for a 40,000-foot warehouse?
I'm sorry, what's the what?
The parking requirement.
Mr. Gibson? Parking requirement?
Is one space per 500 square feet.
So it'll be
So that would
200
be
spaces.
80 So that would be 80 spaces, with maybe 15 of those being guest parking. You know, you can have up to 50, 60 employees in a building that size.
Okay.
It's not going to be common because I doubt people don't move to Simi Valley with heavy employees. They tend to be more owner users, and they have their own business, and they're not real intense manufacturing businesses. They're more distribution. That's what I found on the other buildings we've done in town.
Okay. The other question, so on the examples that were presented to us, or the exhibits, the the westbound LA Avenue, off to the right, behind, once you get past the current use of the boat and the cars, the building would be Building A. It's got a nice glass front. It's got some rock. It's got a little bit of what I would call a large wall. But to the left of that would be Building C. All I see is just this massive white wall at both the western exposure, or looking at it, the western side, and the side against LA Avenue. It looks massive and daunting, just like one big blank canvas. There doesn't appear to be anything on that building, with the exception of maybe in the front right part of it, the entrance, a little glass area. So the building that, on your screen, I can see what is Building A. I'm looking at Building C off to the left of what is in your rendering.
Right, okay. So this is kind of the same thing I was talking with Commissioner Hodge, and I think he has some valid points, and, you know, we could work on adding some appurtenance to those to get them a little more visibly friendly from LA Avenue.
Okay. Two-dimensional motor. That's it for me for my questions. Any other questions from any commissioners? Okay, we're going to open up the public testimony portion of the hearing. Oh, we already done that, sorry. Now I'm back on track. Do we receive any requests from members of the public to make a public statement on Zoom for this item? And if so, please raise your hand. Please use the hand raise function on your computer, or *9 on your phone. Staff will unmute you when it's your turn. Do we have anybody in Zoom wishing to speak?
Chairman Hodge, we had two people earlier that had requests to speak. I'm looking to see if they're still online. There were two requests. I believe one of them was from Tim Belfield, who also submitted our supplemental email, which is provided. And we'll go to the attendee list, which is part of the record. The supplemental is part of the record.
And I'll correct you before Commissioner Hodges, Chairman Mann.
Yes, Chairman Mann. It's been a while since you've been there.
Yes, it is.
Caesar, if you can go to the attendee list, I see two hands raised. And we will allow Maggie Kessley to talk. We'll ask her to unmute.
Are you there?
Yes, we are. Go ahead.
Hello? I had requested in my email, I know Tim Belfield is on this as well. I was asking that he would speak first because my presentation will follow his. And I do believe he's on the Zoom meeting.
Okay. Yes, go ahead. We'll put Tim up before you, Ms. Kessley.
Tim Belfield, I believe Chairman Mann will give you 5 minutes to speak.
Sure.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine, sir.
Thank you very much for your time this evening. To everyone here, it seems like you've already discussed many of the things I already wanted to talk about. So if I repeat anything, I apologize.
But to everybody listening, my name is Tim Belfield. I am the owner of Simi Lockup Self-Storage, which is located at 4495 Industrial Street. Simi Lockup Self-Storage is located approximately 400 yards west of this proposed building site. And I have a few concerns regarding the self-storage facility at this location. The self-storage that is being talked about to be built is a almost a 1,000 unit self-storage facility that it would be located, like I said, 400 yards from my facility and less than that from the public storage facility on LA Avenue. This proposed self-storage aspect of this project would be the largest self-storage facility in Simi Valley if you choose to grant the conditional use permit. Industrial space is already in short supply in Simi Valley, and granting this zoning variance is like giving away a piece of Simi Valley's limited industrial zoning area. Currently, there are 13 self-storage facilities within Simi Valley. They have seen their vacancies increase, obviously, over the last year for obvious reasons. Tenants have lost income. There's been job losses. Maybe there's a need to save money or deaths in the family. So I understand when I've talked to some of the other owners or managers and they talk about how their vacancies have increased, there's an understanding that this year has played a role in that. But over the past 5 years, we've seen those numbers stick pretty much around 90 to 95%. And with 13 facilities already in Simi Valley, I don't know how much of a market need there is. Regardless of that, but a self-storage facility of this size, like Mr. Parker had stated, would create somewhere in the range of 3 to 4, maybe 6 jobs. You have an industrial building of the same size, you're going to be looking at 30, 40, 50 people that would be having jobs available at that location. As a self-storage owner, as well as an industrial park owner, I'm familiar with the number of jobs that will be created within each industry and the benefits created to the local community. The number of jobs created through industrial buildings is 15 to 20 times greater by comparison to self-storage. The amount of revenue brought into the community through industrial businesses is even greater than self-storage. Also, each business within that industrial park has virtually an unlimited growth potential to expand within the community to create even more jobs and benefit the community even greater. I would use Aero Environment as a perfect example of that. For those of you who are familiar with them, they started out in a little warehouse on Industrial Street, and you can see where they are today. I know it's been a tough year for all of us. Businesses are suffering, and many in our community are out of work. I'm a longtime business and property owner in Simi Valley, and I'm asking you, the Planning Commission members, to consider what would be in the best interest of the people within our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Belfield. Ms. Kessley?
Okay, can you hear me?
We hear you fine. Please proceed.
Good evening, Chairperson Mann and Commissioners Rice, Tolson, Castleberry, and Hodge, although I think Commissioner Rice might be not in the room. I wanted to speak with you today, and I have come before you many times, and I'm going to kind of piggyback on what Tim Belfield has stated, and that is we own, we're with Mid-Valley Properties, and Mid-Valley Properties owns approximately 1 million square feet of industrial property in Simi Valley, and we have another 250,000 square feet in the city of city of Ventura. Right now, we have seen a bit of an increase in vacancy, and that has been strictly due to issues directly related to COVID. But on the other hand, what I have seen and what I'm experiencing, as well as pretty much everybody else in the industry, is an influx of calls for a need for industrial space. I literally am losing a tenant, or lost a tenant 2 days ago that was in 6,000 square feet, and within a day, I have already rented all of those units, and they're all small multi-tenant industrial. The larger industrial buildings are vitally important to the community of Simi Valley for economic viability, and that looks out 30 years from now, because those larger industrial tenants feed the small multi-tenant tenants that we have. Now, we do have space that ranges in size of small multi-tenant all the way up to almost 100,000 square feet, and there is such a high demand. And as a matter of fact, although I can't show you because we're not on video, there was a very large article in the San Fernando Business Journal that came out yesterday. It's a 2-page article called The Special Report. And basically it says, despite entertainment shutdown, industries such as e-commerce, cosmetics, food and beverage have made industrial real estate a sought-after commodity. The brokers that were quoted in this article, brokers such as Patrick Duras, who is with, he's the broker that did the ZBAC building, have said that they actually expect that this is going to be their best year yet in industrial growth. There is such a high need for industrial, and I can assure you that my about 3% vacancy factor is going to go down to a 0% vacancy factor, and we are going to be turning tenants away. I just had to turn one away the other day that was looking for 6,000 square feet that I do not have. It concerns me that our most valuable resource of industrial property is being considered for a potential use that is not going to be necessary. And we do not have much in the way of industrial resources left in this community. If we continue to give that resource away, we will stranglehold ourselves going into the future if you look out 30 years from now. I do ask you to consider the fact that preserving industrial land is the most important thing we can do in this community at this time and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other people on Zoom that wish to participate and be heard?
I see none, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any comments from staff regarding statements made during the public hearing?
We will first check on any email correspondence received.
Oh, sorry, skip that. Okay, did we receive any email comments on this item received after 5 p.m. today?
That'll be a negative.
Okay, now we're going back on to where I was. Are there any comments from staff regarding statements made during the public hearing?
One correction in regards to Mr. Belfield's comment about zoning variance. It is a conditional use permit, just to correct your statement.
Okay, thank you. Would the applicant like to respond to any of the turn page comments regarding statements made during the public hearing? Mr. Parker?
Absolutely. Yeah, let me just delve on a couple things. Mr. Belfield's a sharp guy. He's been around a long time. And Maggie's worked with some people I know, and she's real sharp. She's been at Mid-Valley for a long time. They both know their stuff. But when you're looking out 30 years, guys, the future of self-storage, as they said, industrial land cries land. It's going to be more so with the COVID mentality. So single-story self-storage buildings that store motorhomes and store trailers are gone. They're not going to be here in 5, 10, 15 years because they don't make economic sense. The building we're building is state-of-the-art. It's a 3-story building on a 40,000-foot footprint versus us taking this whole site, the whole 4.6 acres for self-storage. By doing a state-of-the-art building here, we have freed up space to do 3 more industrial buildings of about 37,000 feet total. And unlike Mid-Valley Properties, who, by the way, they're great people. You know, like Tim Tucker and I worked together for years. They're good people, but they don't sell any of their properties. So there's no opportunity for anyone to buy. They can't buy any Mid-Valley properties. I mean, I shouldn't say they can't buy them, but as a typical business model, they don't typically sell their property. These are scheduled to be for users, for sale, or for lease, whatever comes at us. We're squeezing the self-storage building down to the new state-of-the-art. You know, we're doing it all over the country. It's how self-storage is being done from here on in, to get away again from the single-story, tin buildings, metal roofs, and, you know, RV storage type self-storage facilities. And that's what we presented here. So again, two pretty sharp people. I don't disagree with them that industrial is the future, especially with COVID. But I just say that there will be more industrial space freed up, hopefully by the city as well, because there's other opportunities in the city we could do industrial buildings on. But that's a different conversation. So again, thanks for everything. We'll work with staff to get some of these minor things worked out. But again, we hope that you can vote to approve this thing tonight so we can keep it moving.
Are there any further questions? If not, we'll close the public testimony portion of the hearing. Are there any comments or questions? Oh, are there any comments or questions from members of the Planning Commission?
So I'm a little conflicted. Oh, do you want to go first, Commissioner Hodge?
Just for a point of clarification, we have closed the public testimony portion of the hearing. I may have misstated that. So with that said, Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner Tolson?
Yeah, I'll defer if Commissioner Castleberry was about to speak. I probably spoke over him, and I apologize.
No worries. So first off, I guess I should start by saying I agree 100% with the articulation aspect that Commissioner Hodge brought up. If this project is to go forward, we definitely need to address that. I think that it's been brought up a couple of times by our speakers, and I think us as a commission really need to talk about this project in terms of planning for the future. We know industrial space is extremely limited in Simi. We just don't have that much property left. I'm not convinced that a self-storage site is the best use of this land, although I do like the 3 other industrial buildings. I do like the fact that these homes and some of these parcels are being pulled out of the floodplain. So that's something that I am happy about. So I'm a little conflicted on the project, and I'm just very open to hearing what my other commissioners have to say about this project.
Commissioner Hodge.
I have a question to staff. So whoever wants to answer this question is asked to staff. I'm taking a look at all of the discussion in what appears to be, as far as I can tell, a fairly thorough staff report, lots and lots of findings, some of which I disagree with, such as the design elements or meet the goal, et cetera, but we've talked about that. But what I really want to know is in granting a conditional use permit, the things to which are appropriate to consider. And I don't remember in any prior staff reports saying something in the conditional use permit. I mean, there's things, for example, when we denied the public storage facility on First Street, it had to do with compatibility and just its mass. And yes, there was a certain amount of discussion, but I don't think that was really the reason that we denied it, about whether or not it was needed and what else it might be. And I remember a particularly entertaining comment by, at the time, Chairman Rice with respect to, what might happen to us if we ever approve that. I'll defer that at this point since he's not on the bench, not on the dais. But I'm not entirely certain that there's a place in evaluating conditional use permits that allows us to sort of take the straight economic, do we think this is best for us, approach long-term, et cetera. Now, am I wrong on that? Or, I mean, I'd like a little guidance on that.
Commissioner Hodge, this is Mr. Gibson, Deputy Director Gibson. You're right, the conditional use permit findings don't automatically specify the findings for economic purposes. The CUP finding number 4 on page 11 is one of the unique findings for conditional use permit regarding the design, location, operating characteristics, and size of the proposed use is compatible with the existing and future land uses in the vicinity in terms of aesthetics, character, scale, and view protection. That's that doesn't explicitly state economic terms. If you choose to extrapolate what character, scale, operating characteristics mean, then you could kind of maybe extrapolate from that. The other findings, is it consistent with the general plan? And we provided, which is on page 7 of the staff report, is the conditional use permit and tentative parcel map consistent with the goals and programs of the general plan? And you know, it could go further. There's additional economic development policies and objectives in the general plan stating how to utilize industrial zoned and industrial land uses in terms of encouraging economic development, job growth, things of that nature. So you could expand findings under the general plan finding.
Commissioner Hodge?
Okay, you were breaking it a little bit there, but I do think that I got the gist of what you were saying. Yeah, I don't have any further questions of staff.
Commissioner Tolson?
Yeah, I've got a couple questions. I was not on the commission maybe a year ago when that 4-story First Street storage facility was denied. That could be considered state-of-the-art, like we're talking about today, on this project, similar, and staff explained in general why that one was denied.
Mr. Gibson, or do we want to bring up Director
Paris is here, who handled that planning commission hearing. We'll have a more direct response to that. And we'll just
clean the mic for you. Thank you. Very kind of you. Good evening, commissioners. The public storage on First Street, it was denied. Staff, it was requesting similar as CUP. One of the issues on that one that the Planning Commission found was that that project was on a major arterial street. And the city of Simi Valley does have a code that was adopted over the years to discourage public storage facilities on arterials, encourage them on these sorts of more local streets. One of the reasons why was they wanted to preserve those bits of industrial land on those major arterials for more appropriate uses. And that was one of the topics of discussion that came up on the night of that First Street public storage project. So in a way, this project is kind of doing what the Planning Commission wanted way back then, was to, put these sorts of facilities back on the more remote areas of the streets where the industrial properties are zoned.
Commissioner Tolson, to answer your question?
Kind of. What we're talking about is, an access from Industrial Street. It could have been an access to Los Angeles Avenue, depending on how you drew it up, which would almost be the same as on First Street. Am I right?
Yeah, correct. Actually, this property was purposely prevented from going onto Los Angeles Avenue because of that code requirement that mandates that storage facilities have access off a non-arterial street. Los Angeles Avenue is available, if we were to look at the site plan, for emergency egress in case of emergency, but otherwise ingress and egress would be occurring off of Industrial Avenue.
Okay.
And of course, I think the one other thing I would add on the public storage project, of course, that was I think a 4-story, about 48-foot high. Maybe they had a CUP to ask for a little bit higher height limit, and I think the visual of that building on that location where there was no other prominently tall buildings, I think that was one of the other concerns raised why the Planning Commission wasn't comfortable with the scale and character of that building on that night.
Okay, so that one was 48 square feet tall. This one's 40. Am I right?
Yeah, I believe it was 48 feet high, yes.
Yeah, okay. And then maybe while you're still with the mic, Stratus, I'd appreciate it. A couple of years back, there was a public storage that was going to be built essentially across from Yolanda's on LA Avenue, and they denied that and put a 9-month moratorium on any self-storage on LA Avenue, and then did a study that had some results that essentially said that we had the most self-storage per capita in the county. Is that any truth to any of that?
Yeah, this is Mr. Gibson again. The project we're referring to came about the time where the city passed a urgency ordinance to prohibit self-storage facilities, and we created new provisions to limit self-storage facilities to certain zoning districts in the city, which took them out of the commercial districts altogether unless they were at prior previously built locations. And part of that study was, at that time, we found some evidence that that there was sufficient capacity for self-storage at that time in the city. And I don't know if that's changed since that point. The applicant has his studies, and the other comments received have their studies, so we don't have a real specific verification of that. But the current proposal is in an acceptable location under our current zoning.
Access on Industrial Street versus access on LA Avenue.
That's correct. The proposed building in this case will be an industrial street frontage, not a Los Angeles frontage, which is not allowed under the code.
So I'm ecstatic to the fact that this property can help other properties, residential and other, get out of the flood zone. However, getting 3 to 6 employees for this size of a building, that doesn't cut it on the economic level for the use of this property. And that's my comments or questions at this point.
You kind of broke up, Mr. Tolson, or Commissioner Tolson. We heard your comments about the economic loss. Was there anything else beyond that?
Just the fact that, I think we're trying to mask a 5-acre property with 3 little small things with 76% size of a 3 to 6 employees versus if we were to put that whole thing full of industrial park, not just self-storage, the number of jobs that could be there, whether they're for sale or for lease, I think would be much greater for the economic development of our city. That's it for me.
Any other questions, Commissioner Tolson?
None. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have a few from staff. Is there within ours, and I'll just excuse my ignorance, is there a specific zoning in the city zoning for self-storage places, or are they just a use in another zoning? They're asking for a conditional use permit to put a self-storage facility on this piece of property. Is there a specific, already predetermined zoning specifically for self-storage facilities?
They're conditional.
They're all conditional?
For storage, correct.
So at some point, Mr. Byford, the gentleman down the street, sorry, whatever it is, sorry.
Belfield.
Belford?
Tim Belfield.
Belfield, sorry. His storage facility was zoned industrial and got a CUP to make it into a storage place. So there is no separate zoning just for self-storage places. All the 13 or whatever self-storage places are all on CUPs within an industrial zone per se.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, let me clarify that.
Okay.
All the existing ones are existing permitted uses which are allowed legal non-conforming and may expand should they get a conditional use permit for an expansion.
Okay.
The proposed facility like this one, currently the only brand new self-storage facilities may be located in general industrial zones, not fronting an arterial or secondary arterial.
Okay.
So those are the only locations where brand new from the ground up facilities could go. Existing storage facilities can request expansions at their pre-approved locations.
Perfect. Obviously, I was on the Planning Commission when the big one came up on LA Avenue. I remember Mid-Valley Properties has properties right next door to that one as well. And it was, I believe, 4 stories, like 50 feet. But the way the property just to the north of it goes down, it made it almost a 60-foot wall, which was just a massive scale, almost a 6-story building, or maybe it was 5 versus 4. But it was just a massive scale of a building, which is, again, one of the reasons why it was just too big and too daunting. This one seems to be more hidden off to the side. I would love to see, oh, sorry, let me go back to my question. The zoning question was it. When we talk about industrial zoning, if somebody wants to put a business building widgets in that building, there's nothing that says they have to have X number of employees, correct?
Correct.
So this one is, if I take the square footage of building A is approximately 1-story building, or if it was a 1-floor, 40,000 square foot building, that's approximate 160 divided by 3, I'm just guesstimating 40,000. It may hold 20, 30 employees, or if it's a really high-tech company that it's all robotics, it just may be 1 employee taking up 40,000 square foot building widgets if they're doing it robotically. Because there's no condition of how many employees you have to employ in an industrial zone, correct?
In theory.
Okay. That was it for my questions for staff. Do we have any further questions? Oh, I've already been there. Any further questions regarding we'll close public testimony? So we're still on comments from members of the Planning Commission. Mr. Tolson, Mr. Hodge, Vice Chair, Councilor,
I have no further questions. And Chairman Mann, I have to tell you that you're getting a little, I don't know if it's you or what, but you are becoming a little difficult to understand.
Sorry. I will try to articulate, maybe speak slower and more into the microphone.
Into the microphone, I think will do it.
Do we have any other comments from the members of the Planning Commission?
I do. I'm going to refer to the article that Maggie Kesby mentioned. I've got the paper, San Fernando Valley Business Journal, August 3rd, top of the front page. Suddenly, industrial real estate in short supply. And it talks about the need for industrial. Today, I got an email, Simi Valley office converted to warehouse leased by distributor. I think that our amount of industrial space is very limited, and to use this for self-storage, a waste of our valuable space. That's it for me.
Commissioner Hodge?
Chairman?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that the documents that Commissioner Tolson just referenced are going to be included into the record.
How would you like them included in the record? Just by verbal say?
Yeah, he can make reference to the date and this article, and we'll have that become part of the record after this hearing.
Okay. Commissioner Tolson, can you restate the date and the publication that article that you referenced?
I'm showing a picture of it right now. San Fernando Valley Business Journal, dated August 3rd.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the picture, Commissioner Tolson. Vice Chair Castleberry, any further questions, comments? Okay, then I'll go back to my little, just because I kind of went off it. The 22 houses come in the floodplain, it's a great benefit. The fact that we're giving up commercial or industrial space, yeah, I'm not firmly convinced. I know it is a huge need and a huge draw, but I'm also one to believe that the man owns this piece of land. He's able to do with it what he wants. If it's conforming to what the city has already said, these are the rules, he seems to have applied or abided by them, and to penalize him further, I think.
Understand him.
I'm sorry?
Very difficult to understand you.
I am speaking in the microphone. Okay, we're killing the mask for a minute. So, hopefully you can hear me now. The 22 houses coming out of the floodplain is a huge plus. The fact that this large piece of land, he is keeping about 30,000, 20, 30, 35,000 of it as industrial space, a big plus. The fact that he is doing the 3-story building at the back part of the building away from LA Avenue, a big plus. I would like to definitely see more architecture on the front buildings, especially those that are on LA Avenue, whether it's glass or metal or something to try and guise those huge, large, white, tilt-up looking portions of the building. Trees are great, but I'd rather see something. I understand if his cost is an issue, he doesn't need to go primarily to the same extent Zivec did, which really set the bar high. But I think there needs to be something a little better than what's there now. Being that there's no specific zoning for self-storage, he seems to, again, have complied with what he needs to comply with. So fundamentally, I'm good with the building. Once we get the changes done, now whether we do that as a commission, that we approve it conditioned upon those, or whether we just let it fly to city council, or whether we want to try and make the man come back. At this point, if there's no other comments, I'm going to go ahead and, may I have a reading of the resolution?
No, whoa, Commissioner.
What I missed?
Mann?
Yes.
My comments?
Oh, sorry. Kate.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Commissioner Hodge, your comments, please.
Thank you. I entirely agree with the comments. When I first started reading this staff report, I was hopeful, initially that it was going to be all industrial. It's something which benefits the city. It creates job opportunities. It creates job opportunities that pay certainly better than anybody who's going to be working at the storage facility. We have lots of storage facilities, et cetera. And I understand from a sort of economic planning position that if I had a magic wand, I would want this to be different. I don't have a magic wand. I'm not the investor. I'm not the developer. And one of the things that I think that we need to add into the analysis is, are we consistent with the application of our zoning rules, our design guidelines, so that developers can take a look at a piece of property and say to themselves, if I move forward to invest in Simi Valley, that I know that they will stand up on their own rules and guidelines and do so that if I follow this narrow channel in between the lines, I'm going to be good. And I believe that if you do that for businesses, they will be more apt to invest in your community than less apt. I think it becomes less apt if you try to apply sort of an analysis of, what do I want? And what do I want isn't so much, the issue. So, but I agree with what Ms. Kessley said, and I agree with what Mr. Belfield said. Now, the interesting slide on that is, let's assume for just a half a moment that industrial really does become, the hot ticket for the sale and/or rental of industrial development. You know, it really becomes very high. And you may have too much public storage. Well, some business who is running a public storage facility might say, well, I'm going to go out of the public storage business and I'm going to sell and build industrial here. And so you have this evolution. I don't think it's up to us as a planning commission to step outside of the requirements for conditional use permits and act as sort of an economic overseer so much. There is some of that, especially when you get to zoning and you want balance within your city. And I understand all these elements. I greatly respect Ms. Kessley. I don't know Mr. Belfield, but he seems like a person, you know, worthy of great attention and respect as well. This particular project for meets the zoning, obviously, and it also seems to me to meet all the requirements under the conditional use permit. I've gone over them very carefully, and if anybody wants, you know, I can do it. Well, I can't do it. Commissioner Tolson did because my camera's not working, but I can show you all the squiggles and lines and yellow all over my staff report, talking about these things and really trying to evaluate. It's 36,111 square feet of industrial, 76.3% mini storage. And I really did try to tear down the analysis. It seems to me that we have to, in good conscience, approve the project. As much as I wish it was all industrial, it's not. It meets the zoning. I think it meets the conditions for a conditional use permit. It does need the design guideline elements on it as a condition, and I also would like to condition the project's approval upon what the applicant said he was going to do, or the business is going to do, and that's build all 4 of the projects simultaneously. I would hate to have something change and suddenly that 36,000 square feet of industrial doesn't get built. So as a conditional use permit, I would impose a condition upon them that all 4 of those projects are approved and are built at the same time. Obviously not the same day, but I mean, I think I'm making myself understood. I agree with Chairman Mann, rather, that we have to decide whether or not we want to see the changes that are made to the aesthetic design elements, the 360 design requirements as required by the development code, or guidelines rather. And those are my thoughts. So I'm going to semi-reluctantly support the project, semi-only in that I wish it was something different, but I do believe that they have met the rules. They have built a project which is consistent with our own guidelines, and this is something which we ought to approve.
Commissioner Castleberry, Chair Castleberry.
I just want to go ahead and, after hearing, I agree with Commissioner Hodge. I think we do need to be consistent with the with our decisions and what we use to evaluate criteria. I think we're all reluctant because of what is going on the property, but both Commissioner Hodge and Chairperson Mann make a valid point that they did meet our requirements for a CUP. I don't know how in the future we can address this so we can have these issues worked out as part of the planning process in terms of seeing the economic impact of storage facilities when we go to approve them. I would support the condition that Commissioner Hodge recommended, that it's all be done at once and there be no phasing. And because this is a CUP and it stops at us, I would not mind. I would be in favor of bringing it back to us for final approval.
Commissioner Tolson?
Yes.
Any comments or questions, sir?
You know, I think I'm a lone man in a contest that says, you know, we're doing semantics based upon one interest from a street from another street, semantics of conditional use permits based upon economic development that's not going to be happening. But in this case, I'm going to say I cannot support this project.
Okay. If we have no other questions or comments from the Planning Commission, may I now have a reading of the resolution?
Chairman Mann, there's one issue hanging in the balance.
Sorry, yes.
And that is whether or not we want to bring this back to approve the design elements, I'd like staff to comment on what that would take in terms of timing.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Gibson?
So if the project were continued and with concurrence of the applicant in terms of being able to turn around a modified elevation of the sides of the building that you're looking for, if he could turn that around, we could continue this to a date certain and bring back the modified elevations. We could ask the applicant here on the line to see if he could turn that around, or we could continue it to a date uncertain and we have to renotice, and it would give them more time to put something together. I know they're in a hurry to move forward, so probably 2 or 3 planning commission meetings from now, probably the second meeting in September at the earliest, is what I'm thinking as far as getting that resolved. If
So that looks like a month and a half.
yes, that would be the fast track if we continue to a date certain to try to, keep it in line and just bring back the elevation portion of the staff report and do that. The other option is to prepare a condition of approval tonight if you would want to put it in the hands of the Deputy Director, City Planner, myself, as far as the final design approval with some caveats such as must include horizontal and vertical articulation, including additional spandrel glass, see-through glass, metal elements to carry across the entire frontage of the building. If you're not comfortable with that, you'd want to see it firsthand, then you would have to bring it back to the Planning Commission. That'd be my best suggestion for that.
Could staff, I don't know what the timing requirements are on this, but could the approval of these additional design elements be done as an administrative approval subject to Planning Commission, well, I forgot what it's called, but where 2 of us sign and say we want to, take a look at this?
The appeal?
I would prefer not to.
Okay. So I think that you, the city attorney, prefers to either do the first of the 2 proposals identified by the deputy director this evening.
Well, just to clarify, I just don't think that could be done administrative. Those are findings that I think needs to be made by the Planning Commission.
Understood. Okay, then my guess is, and I'm just guessing, that unless the applicant objects, that he can have it done in time for the meeting in the second meeting in September.
So why don't we reopen the public hearing, ask the applicant about getting a continuance tonight and coming back on the second meeting in September.
Yes, let's pull up, if Mr. Parker's there, if he could make a statement.
Yeah, obviously, I prefer that I work with staff and get it done, and we get it preliminarily approved tonight. Putting it off to another planning commission that might be put off by COVID or a Zoom call technicality or something is, again, very costly. So we'd like to move forward if we could, but we do agree that we will work with you guys on getting that facade more in line with what you expect.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is that the applicant is willing to or agree to have this matter continue to a date certain.
Correct. I think
we'd prefer to do it administratively if possible.
That won't be possible.
Okay, understood. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing again. So we have our city attorney's thoughts about not doing it administratively. I think some of the planning commission would be willing to do it administratively, but I think we go with what the city attorney says. So with that, we still need to read in the resolution and then a motion to either approve, disapprove, or continue, correct? What is the proper order?
This is Tim Hodge. I'm curious, Mr. Gibson and Mr. Caceres, can we conditionally approve the project and that the condition be final approval of the design elements at the next hearing to be set at a date certain?
Yes.
Then that would be my preference.
Okay, go ahead and, so we're going to approve it with the condition of we get a reserve the right to look at the final architectural at the next meeting or the meeting in mid-September.
Yeah, I think the answer is the wording is something to the effect of conditionally approving the project with the specified condition being Planning Commission approval of additional design elements to be evaluated at the meeting and then a date certain. At a date certain specifically to be September, whatever that was.
I'd like to inquire if City Staff Sean Gibson concurs with that suggestion.
So the conditionally approving and bringing it back are two different things. If you conditionally approve it, it generally does not come back to the Planning Commission for further discussion because we can't backtrack and disapprove it if it's already conditionally approved.
Well, with that little tidbit, then I guess the answer is the proper answer then is to continue it to a date certain so that we can have that addressed.
Actually, I think that if we conditionally approve it, subject to staff, and then staff approves it, isn't there still from the time that staff administrator approves it, there's a 14-day appeal period that two commissioners can file the appeal and then bring it back, force it back here?
I thought the city attorney just kiboshed that idea.
Well, I was opposed to doing an administrative approval of findings that need to be made on the project, unless Sean can change my opinion on that, or if you have a different thought on that.
We have done conditions in the past where applicant must file an administrative action to modify the later elevations, but if that is appealed and denied, then they're back at square one because the project will be dead in the water. So it's either work directly with staff and accept staff's expertise in asking, getting what the Planning Commission is asking for, or we would have to bring back a revised design back to the Planning Commission under a continued public hearing. That's really the safest way to do it.
Okay.
Do I have a general consensus from planning?
Yeah, I would defer to Mr. Gibson's recommendation.
Which would be to bring it back. Continue it and bring it back.
Bring it back.
Okay. Okay, with that said, I'm assuming we still need to read a resolution and then entertain a motion. The motion would be to continue it, correct? That's not on my script.
You don't have to read the resolution, but you can see if there's a consensus to continue the item. The applicant, I did not hear an objection. He said he had a preference to have the meeting hearing heard or have a decision heard tonight, but he didn't object to having it continued. So I think if there's a consensus on the Planning Commission, you can continue to a date certain.
Okay, so do we have a consensus of the planning commissioners to bring it back to a date certain? That date would be what, Mr. Gibson?
16th of September.
September 16th.
And I hope that we can prioritize it so that there's no realistic chance of him being bumped.
We will shoot for September 16th.
Okay.
Very good. I'm for that.
Because of the consent, we don't need a vote.
Do I need to make a formal motion still?
No.
Mr. Gibson, do we need to be a formal motion for a continuance, or is it just consent?
No, I'm okay with the consent to continue the item if you have a consent from the Planning Commissioners.
Mr. Tolson, consent to continue?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Hodge?
Yes.
Commissioner Castleberry?
Yes.
And Chairman Mann, all consent to a continuation of September 16th. Huh? Yeah, we're going to take a quick, like, 3-minute recess to go ahead and bring up Commissioner Rice back to the dais.
Mr. Chairman, how about we take 10?
Okay, well, yeah. Okay, let's go ahead, because I can take my mask off for a few minutes. So we're going to go ahead and do actually we'll do a 7-minute break. We'll come back on at 9:20. I show the time like 9:12, 9:13. So 9:20, 7-minute break. Let's just do a quick check. Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner Tolson?
Yes.
That was one of you.
Tim Hodge is present.
John Tolson's present.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get back on the record and proceed. This is the time and place set for public hearing on the consideration of GPA-105 SPS 9, Amendment Number 5, ZS 746, TPS 695, CUP S 822. The mitigated negative declaration and the project's mitigation monitoring plan. Are there any ex parte communications to report?
I received a voicemail from the project applicant, Dean Kaniki, but I did not return it, did not have time to speak with him.
Thank you. Hearing no other ex parte communications, may we have an oral report on this matter by staff?
Good evening, Chairman Mann, members of the Planning Commission. This is Sean Gibson, Deputy Director, City Planner. Again, thank you for your patience tonight with the technical difficulties. The project is one of the ones that was delayed by the COVID pandemic. It was originally scheduled for April of 2020, and the applicant has been working with the city and staff for, probably a couple years now on this project site, which I'll get into, and they're very, very anxious for a positive recommendation tonight, as this project will move forward for the City Council with a positive recommendation tonight. The applicant, Pepper Tree Ranch LLC, requests approval of a conditional use permit to construct and operate a 357-unit residential care facility for the elderly, or RCFE, on the 20.7-acre project site. The request also includes a general plan amendment, specific plan amendment, zone change, and tentative parcel map. A mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring plan are also part of the project. Like I said, the Planning Commission's action would involve making a recommendation on the project to the City Council, who would then make a final decision on the project. The project site is shown here at the southwest corner of Tapple Canyon Road and Guardian Street. Industrial buildings are to the north. Business park buildings are to the east. Open space is to the west and south, along with American Jewish University further to the south. The proposed site layout is shown here with 3 proposed buildings and Meyer Creek bisecting the project site. The first component is the General Plan Amendment, or GPA. The applicant proposes to amend the land use designation of the subject property from business park to general commercial. The general commercial land use designation is proposed to allow for the residential care use. The project with the proposed land use change was presented to the City Council back on April 22nd, 2019 for a general plan pre-screening consideration, and the City Council on a 4-1 vote authorized the applicant to submit a formal application for further processing. The general commercial land use designation is intended to provide for a range of commercial, retail, and office uses. In addition, though, in 2017, the City Council amended the development code to allow residential care facilities in the commercial plan development zone with a conditional use permit, in part to support commercial centers consistent with this land use designation. The proposed zone change updates the city's zoning map for the site by changing the designation from Business Park Brandeis Bardin Institute Specific Plan to Commercial Plan Development specific plan, or CPD-SP. The zoning designation refers back to the specific plan in regards to the uses and development standards. Regarding the specific plan amendment, the project site is located within the boundaries of the Brandeis-Bardin Institute specific plan area, as shown here on the document cover. This is the general area of the Brandeis-Bardin specific plan at the southern terminus of Tapo Canyon Road and Tapo Street, with Guardian Street bisecting the specific plan area. The project site is circled in red here. In order to accommodate the proposed project, the request involves amending the specific plan by creating commercial plan development zoning district for the project site, changing it from its existing business park designation. The applicant asserts that the site development costs that include adding 2 bridges over Meyer Creek and building flood protection along the creek's banks make the business park development of this site infeasible, but that a higher revenue use, such as the proposed care facility, would be a feasible development solution. As a history, this specific plan is mostly built out. However, the parcel at the southwest corner of the specific plan area has gone through earlier development attempts, last dating back to 2004, where it was proposed for an office business park complex. And for several years, the site languished, trying to get something constructed on that site. And finally, that concept eventually expired and the site was put up for sale. Now, the commercial plan development zoning district would utilize the development standards already in place and replicate most of the permitted and conditional uses contained within the Development Code CPD designation. The precise uses are of proposed and conditional uses are listed in the staff report, pages 45 to 47 of Exhibit 2. These proposed permitted and conditional uses were reviewed by the Property Owners Association of the specific plan area to ensure that the commercial uses would be achieve overall compatibility with the business park theme of the Brandeis-Bardin specific plan. And one of the proposed uses would be to allow the residential care facility as a conditional use, provided it meets the compatibility requirements. The fourth component of the application is the conditional use permit. The site plan is shown here on the screen. This would allow for construction of the residential care facility. And the site consists of a previously graded, undeveloped land bisected by Meyer Creek, crossing from the southeast to the northwest direction through the central portion of the site. Approximately 12.5 of the 20 acres are available for this development. The portion of Meyer Creek is subject to the jurisdiction of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. There are 3 proposed buildings, A, B, and C, that are 2 to 4 stories in height. Buildings B and C will be located on the north side of Meyer Creek. Building A will be located on the south side of Meyer Creek. There will be access from a main driveway coming off of Tapo Canyon and Guardian Street with a bridge crossing over to Building A. A secondary access bridge is required for fire department access, secondary access, and that will be constructed at the east end of the property and exit back out towards Tapo Canyon Road. The proposed care facility is for persons 62 years of age or older and will be licensed by the state of California. The project is designed as an extremely high quality setup that is focused on independent living. The facility includes 25 assisted living units, which require people who require special assistance, 26 memory care units, similar to an Alzheimer's type facility. Then there's 306 independent living units designated in several bedroom setups. There's studios, 31, 176 one-bedroom rooms, 84 two-bedroom rooms, 15 three-bedroom situations. The independent living, the applicant will provide additional details on what independent living is defined as, but it is allowed by the state license, and it provides these upgraded amenities for like an independent living, food services, activities, things of that nature. The applicant will get into that in more detail. The project site includes 282 parking spaces, including 115 carport spaces. Overall, and I want to correct the staff report, the code requires 236 parking spaces based on the standard of 0.5 spaces per bed. 282 spaces are required by the code, 236 provided. That is based on bed. So to say that is that the 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units could have multiple beds and multiple patients. So the 2 and 3-bedroom units would have multiple beds, one for each bedroom. So the parking requirement goes up slightly. The complex consists of Mediterranean architecture. Details include earth tone, stucco, wood corbels, terracotta colored tile roofing, standing seam roofing, wrought iron railings, and stone veneer. Each of the buildings will have thematic entryways, decorative walls, iron fencing, and there will be split rail fencing which will surround the properties. Going through, this is the building B elevation showing 2 to 4 story components. These are the other side elevations of building B, again, multiple levels of articulation. The building C is a 3-story component mostly. The conceptual landscape plan shows extensive landscaping proposed throughout the site and includes approximately 603 proposed trees. Again, to update the staff report, 107 trees are now proposed for removal, and 191 existing trees are proposed to be preserved. In addition, 1 coast live oak tree is a potential transplant candidate. The updated mitigation value of the trees to be removed is approximately $376,000. The applicant is required to mitigate the loss of the mature trees with upsizing of the on-site trees, or to pay into the city's tree mitigation fund for areas where trees cannot be upsized on site. The last component is a subdivision or tentative parcel map. This subdivides the 20.7 acre site into 3 parcels for financing purposes. Parcel 1 is 8.74 acres, parcel 2 is 4.42 acres, and parcel 3 is 7.58 acres. Each lot will include one of the 3 buildings. The project is required to maintain reciprocal access for the driveways, and with the conditional use permit, reciprocal parking is a condition of approval as the project is being considered as a single entity. An initial study was prepared for the project in accordance with state California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA guidelines. Based on the conclusions in that initial study, it was determined that the project could have significant impacts in the areas of biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, hydrology, and tribal cultural resources. However, the applicant has incorporated mitigation measures that would reduce these potentially significant impacts to an insignificant level. These mitigation measures are listed in the mitigation monitoring plan incorporated into the project approval. A mitigate negative declaration was prepared for the project and advertised for 30-day public review on March 19th, 2020 through April 17th, 2020. Comments from the affected agencies were received and responded to as indicated in the staff report. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommend to the City Council approval of GPA 105, SPS 9 Amendment 5, ZS 746, TPS 695, CUPS 822, and the project's mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring plan. This concludes my presentation. The applicants and I will be available to answer any questions. Thanks.
Commissioners, any questions of staff?
Yes.
Mr. Gibson, do we have, to the best of your knowledge, do we have any other independent living units that are 3 bedrooms in the city?
Not to my knowledge, that's probably a first.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of them specifically.
Okay. I've just never heard of that. It's interesting.
Any other questions offhand?
No.
This is Tim. I have some questions.
I'm sorry?
Tim Hodge has some questions.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hodge.
Yes, thank you. This is for staff. Mr. Gibson, there was a pre-screen which occurred on April 22, 2019, and there's an Exhibit 6, which is an element of the staff report that was presented to the City Council during that pre-screen meeting. I'm referencing that. Is it accurate that Exhibit 6 is part of our staff report this evening? So the findings and conclusions that are included within that exhibit are incorporated by reference?
Yes, Exhibit 6 is part of the record tonight. It is attached to the staff report.
Okay. Now, there are some things in this particular report which includes a cost-benefit analysis, identifying whether or not there's a benefit to the city or a cost to the city, or what those costs would be against the benefits specific to the change if the change was made on the zoning. There's some elements in here where the staff identified that the same cost-benefit analysis as presented by the applicant had information which was either erroneous or contested. For example, when identifying the potential property tax revenue to the city, there was a calculation by the developer which included $20 million in soft costs, which are not normally included in the value of the development and therefore would not generate tax revenue. Does the city stand by that evaluation? This is on page 11 of Exhibit 6, paragraph 2.
And I'm reading that right now. So on page 11, which paragraph?
2.
Number 2, not paragraph 2, actually number 2.
Okay, item 2.
Starting with the applicant's CBA?
Nope, an industrial park development.
Park development.
Numeral 2.
Sorry, number 2. All right. That was a conclusion that staff presented at that time.
Did the applicant produce any support for the conclusion that the $20 million in soft costs would be included in the property tax assessment?
We'll ask the applicant that question. I would defer to him, and then we'll go from there if possible.
Let me ask about item number 3 then, immediate below it. It says an industrial park development would generate, this is the applicant proposing this, or rather contributing their analysis in the cost-benefit analysis. It says the applicant suggested that an industrial park development would generate 202 industrial and office jobs compared to the RCFE generating 139 jobs. And then in a parenthetical, it says staff estimates the industrial office jobs at 457. The staff may continue to maintain that the industrial would provide 457 jobs and not the more limited 202 that the applicant proposed or analyzed.
That's correct. That is the staff estimate as provided in this analysis.
And staff also estimated that those jobs would pay more on average than the persons who would be working at the RCFE.
And you're seeing that where, Commissioner Hodge?
As I recall, I read it. I'll find it before we get done with it. But I'm pretty sure that those specific numbers were 40. It's on page 14, item 7. It says the DPFG report does not address average salaries for each alternative based upon May 2018 data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, et cetera. It says that the healthcare support people would be 38.2 versus 41.3. So I knew I saw it. Okay, so I just want to make sure, and I'm very curious if the applicant to address the cost-benefit analysis, because it appears that staff evaluated the benefit to the city, if this is identified as industrial, as providing greater benefit to the city than the alternative. And it also discussed in that same exhibit the conclusion as to whether or not this project was feasible to be developed as industrial as opposed to the alternative. And apparently the applicant believes that it could not be or isn't feasible as industrial, and staff had alternative conclusions in that Exhibit 6, which I hope to discuss and that everybody had a chance to review. And those are my questions for now.
Jen? Is the sound coming through?
Yeah. So, the sound's coming through. Again, the applicant was required to provide this cost-benefit analysis at the time of the submittal, and our peer review consultant reviews the information provided by the applicant, and the conclusions are provided in the staff report Commissioner Hodge was referring to, and it does provide that analysis. And overall though, will an industrial project ever get built here? So that's one of the other things to be considered, in addition to there's costs on whether industrial could go here. And the applicant asserts that the expense of developing the site would be more require higher use development, such as the residential care. And I'll refer to the applicant to share that with you.
Okay, other questions? Commissioner Tolson.
Just basic, similar to what we just got through with the last project. The applicant has gone through all the process to go through the process of getting the proper approval for all these changes. And so whether they do it residential, care, or industrial, they've met the requirements to do both.
He cut out mid-sentence, or did he?
It's like he turned away.
It's like you turned away or faded. I don't know if you finished or you stopped transmitting.
My question was, you know, if he wants to do industrial, he could have done industrial, but in this case, he's done all the proper approvals to make it to do what we're doing here today based upon the staff that he's been working with for the last whatever time frame.
Okay.
No.
So one of the conclusions at the pre-screening was that the city council felt no further industrial analysis revisions to their study was going to be required. There was a request that they decided that the industrial analysis was sufficient at that time to proceed. So no further analysis of the comparison between commercial residential care versus industrial use was requested or required by the applicant to submit for this application.
Thank you, that's all I needed.
I had a couple of questions. And I'm sorry, I should have asked you before, had these numbers ready, but just off the top of your head, do you know how many residential care facility beds we already have in Simi and how many are currently in the permitting process?
Not off the top of my head. Okay. There's two which are completing construction, which are fairly large facilities. Actually, there's three, one on Royal, one on Erringer, one on Cochrane. There's another one on Los Angeles Avenue that is approved and they haven't started construction. Those are the four main ones. There's two existing ones like the facility on Tierra Hada and around the 4,500, 5,000 block of Los Angeles Avenue, the ones that have been there for several years now. So those are the big assisted living care facilities. So there's probably, you know, a few hundred units at this point.
Okay, I'll go ahead and ask the applicant about a market study just to see how many of these units, if there is a market for that in Simi. The other thing, and it's a bit of history going off of what you had said during your introduction. So residential care facilities were added to the commercial plan development code by the city council, correct? They weren't originally there. They were added fairly recently.
Yeah, that's correct. It was in 2017. Basically, the Griffin property at Temple Canyon and Cochrane that was allowed to be added to the CPD zone to help commercial centers. And there were other prior amendments for like commercial office zones in the past to allow for possible locations as well.
So I know it's hard because the council's not here to get their intent in terms of doing that, but it was the intent, as far as we understand, was to help struggling commercial centers, not to allow unconstructed commercial zones to get residential care facilities by themselves. Was that, I'm curious to know what the conversation, the history of that decision was by the city council.
Well, the request was part of a larger redevelopment of an existing center to maximize its usability and to maximize unused space. So that's one way to look at it. And these facilities generate income. Retail is changing, so there's lots of situations where there's unable to fill retail locations. In this instance, the commercial zoning here is more of a method to allow this sort of use in this specific plan. It's more of a hybrid CPD zone, not a regular CPD zone. The types of uses are probably about half of the regular CPD zone in the overall rest of the city. And the zoning just happens to be CPD, to be a designation to call it that, and it sounds more appropriate than in a business park district. Yeah. So that's why we called it a CPD district. But it is more of a limited retail or commercial area with fewer amounts of uses.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Commissioner Casper, I just wanted to add, it was actually the project on Los Angeles Avenue near Sinaloa where Meridian Development started the text amendment to allow for the first residential care facility in a commercial zone, a CPD zone, and that was a standalone parcel on a developed out industrial commercial block. And then the one that benefited from directly was the project over here at the Griffin Shopping Center. They're actually getting built and coming out of the ground. But yeah, it wasn't intended to restrict whether it was a infill in a shopping center or a standalone parcel. There was no limitation.
Okay, I was just curious about that. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Tim. That was very difficult to hear, to understand rather, but I'd like to ask Mr. Gibson a couple fast questions. Mr. Gibson, the reason that they're asking for a general plan amendment is because this project would require a change to the general plan in order to be built. It is not currently, the general plan does not allow for this, correct?
Correct. The underlying general plan use is business park, and this would go to a general commercial for this component of the specific plan area. It's part of the overall package of the specific plan amendment, zone change, and general plan amendment, just to align those three documents that we use to designate properties.
Sure. So, and the same answer would be for the specific plan amendment for the zone change. This is unlike the last project that we looked at. This is not a currently permitted use of this land. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Gibson, what is currently allowed to be built under the current zoning there? What type of use would it be under the general plan, under Business Park, Brandeis, Barden Institute specific plan? What could be built there or uses? Could you get industrial in there?
Research and development, testing laboratories, medical, professional office, warehouse distribution of certain restrictions, also with a conditional use permit, hotels and motels, dinner house restaurants, service stations, warehouses and distribution.
Can we get industrial?
Specifically, manufacture, assembly, testing, and repair of high technology equipment, components, and systems. Warehouse and distribution facilities, which is similar to manufacturing, and other uses which the director finds compatible with these similar types uses. So down the street on Guardian, there's a variety of uses already in place under that BP zoning. You have small office complex, and you also have mid-size industrial condos on the kitty corner from this site, where there's a variety of small industrial type uses.
Now, would that be allowed in the GPA, or would that still need a specific plan change or a zone change to allow industrial?
Those would go away with this change into the CPD.
No, currently under the current zoning, could somebody just go in there and start doing industrial, or would they have to get a specific plan amendment or a zone change, or is it already under the general plan? Is that industrial zoning or industrial use already there?
Yes, they just need to apply for a plan development permit. And some of those uses require a conditional use permit, but they would just go through the regular planning commission process. They would not have to go to city council.
Okay. Other than evidently because I have some notes as to why the 3 parcels, and I guess during your presentation, you said for financing purposes, they want to do it as 3 separate parcels.
That's the information they provided me. We could ask the applicant to elaborate on their financing purposes.
Okay. If we go through and do the general plan amendment, specific plan, the zone change, and all the way to the tentative parcel map, is that specific for this use and this development and this developer? Or at any point, could they say, we're going to abandon the parcel tract map, we're going to keep the other 3, and now we're going to do something else with the project, sell it off, or do something else with it?
Yes, under the current proposed conditions, that certainly is a possibility. the CPD zoning could go there, and the conditional use permit could theoretically expire, or they could, the property could be sold to a similar developer. They would have to go through a new entitlement process if they want to change the use to something else in the CPD zone, the CPD Brandeis specific plan zone. As some of you may recall, on several recent projects going before the City Council and sometimes the Planning Commission, they consider a conditional zoning designation to try to lock in the use that was originally intended, so so couldn't be changed out without having to go back to City Council to get that conditional zoning removed.
Okay. Barry, go ahead.
Sorry, Chair, because it's related. So we could make the project contingent on being built, and if it's not, it would revert to its previous designation?
It's kind of hard to revert to its previous designation, but what it would do is that if a 357-unit residential care facility was not built, they would have to come back and amend that conditional zoning to change it to something else, which would require a new public hearing process, which would require final approval by the City Council. So they would have to go through additional steps to, say, change it to a different use than the 357 units.
But keeping it with that, once they have the general plan amendment, the specific plan, and the zone change, if they don't go to the, in my opinion, the fourth thing, which is the tentative parcel map divided into 3 parcels for the use of the 357 bed property, the zoning, the changes they've got all the way to the zoning change make the lot more desirable, possibly to be sold off or redeveloped or rezoned or ask for rezoning for a different use.
You know, that is feasible.
Can we condition the approval for what I consider the 4 things, the general plan, the specific plan, the zone, and the tentative parcel map, all those as one, and if they say we don't want to do the tentative parcel map, it reverts back, as Commissioner Rice was saying, all the way back to square one, or do they keep everything up to the zone change?
Normally, the zone change will stay, the general plan amendment will stay, the tentative parcel map would stay, and the construction or the use could expire. The general plan amendment is a resolution by City Council. The zone change is an ordinance, and we can't undo an ordinance without going to City Council and make a new ordinance to change it back to Business Park, for example. So once these are done, you know,
we can't undo them.
You can't really do it. That's why we have done this conditional zoning designation. For example, you may recall the USA project south of the Ralphs and LA Avenue, the 312 apartment units. That was ultimately conditionally zoned to only 312 apartment units.
Right.
They did a general plan amendment and zone change, and there was concerns that what if they try to upzone it or put more units. We set the limit at 312, and you can't really change a project without going through the whole process all over again.
So we could limit this to no more than whatever the 357, but they could just abandon that whole part of the project and do something else with the development and keep the zone change and everything else that was afforded.
Yes, they'd be kind of stuck in the water because the zoning says you can only do a 357, so they would have to come back with a new project, a new zone text amendment to get rid of the 357 restriction.
Okay.
And go through the whole process essentially again.
Okay. That's it. I have no more questions for staff. Does anybody else have any more questions for staff?
No.
Okay. We will open the public testimony portion of the hearing. Would the applicant like to present the project? Can't hear you, Dean. We can see you, but we can't hear you.
Stand by, we're waiting to hear Dean, and we're transferring the screen over to Tony Licacciato, which is with the applicant. Stand by.
Why do I show Dean Kinnicky on my screen twice? Once as a picture and once just has the text box. Got it, thank you. Either that or it says alter ego.
Stand by, folks. Dean Kinnicky, are you still there?
We can see him, but we can't hear him.
Tony, can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh,
John, can you hear me?
All right, Dean, if you could maybe unmute your microphone.
He's been so patient this entire meeting, and yet now he can't talk.
And Sean, I've shared my screen. You see the presentation now.
Okay, we have the presentation, and bear with us. I know Mr. Kinnicky is trying to get going here. Naren, do you have any suggestions?
Is Mr. Kinnicky supposed to hear us through Zoom or on the TV?
He's supposed to hear us through Zoom. His TV should be muted.
Dean, can you call? Sorry. Dean, are you able to call in? Sorry.
There's evidently no sound again on the TV.
Hold it near the. I can't see that. Lower. Lower.
Is Dean writing us notes?
Yeah.
I'm on Zoom, no mute.
I'm on Zoom, no mute.
Okay, Dean, can you call in?
Okay. My
Hang
wife
on,
who's
folks.
watching this on TV says there's no sound on the TV either.
Dean, try calling in.
Okay, we got picture on the TV on channel 10, but we have no sound. No, she can't hear anything.
Can somebody call him?
And the microphones are on. Okay.
Yeah, she still has no sound, and her video is also different.
Uh, 20 minutes?
Dean, we hear you now.
Oh, wait, they're telling me they can hear me now. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I just shut the TV off, and I just hung up on Mr. Caceres because he was trying to see if I could come to City Hall. So, I'm assuming you can hear me now?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes.
Okay, you want me to go ahead and start, Mr. Gibson?
Chairman Mann, would you like him to start his presentation?
He's okay to start, but evidently there's no sound on the TV. So if anyone's watching it, there's no sound on the TV.
Okay. Stand by, Dean. Okay. Stand by, Dean.
Mr. Mann and Mr. Gibson, I just checked my TV and I have sound. So I'm not sure what's happening there.
So you have sound through the TV as well as the computer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Dean, you could probably mute your TV, and then I would recommend we could start our presentation if you're on channel 10.
Yeah, I've got the TV shut down, muted. I can see the hearing, but I've got it muted, and I'm trying to talk through the Zoom.
Okay, I think you and Tony are up.
Okay. Well, first off, before we get started, Chairman, Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner Tolson, Commissioner Castleberry, Commissioner Rice, thank you for staying late and hearing us tonight. And an extra special thank you to staff. Everybody in your technical departments, Sean's, Gibson, Stratus Barrows, everybody's been working so hard to try and get this stuff to hearing and figure out the technology. And I just can't thank them enough. And frankly, I think we've all sort of learned a lesson that there's so much we can do by phone and by internet that we used to do face to face. So maybe some good will come out of this by the time it's done. So I'd like to get started, go through the slideshow real quick, and then we made some notes on the questions. I have a full complement of consultants here that can probably answer most of the questions for you. As Sean mentioned, we were heard on pre-screen on April 22nd on 2019. That was the go-ahead from Council to go ahead and move forward. First question you might ask is, who are we? Well, California Grand Village LLC. They were created to develop a new brand residential care facilities for active, that's the key word here, senior independent living throughout Southern California. And they've chosen Simi Valley to be their chosen signature project site. They got multiple projects like this going on, but they want Simi to be the signature one. With us tonight are Dennis Fitzpatrick, one of the principals of the firm, Drew Purvis, who is another principal of the firm, and actually will be able to answer a lot of your questions very well because he's the past planning director in Malibu. So he speaks staff lingo real well. We also have the operator, Integral Senior Living. They're the 17th largest senior housing operator in the nation and the 3rd largest in California. Tonight we have Jeffrey Gray from their firm here to answer any questions you may have on the operations. Our architect is Irwin Partners. We have Greg Irwin with us tonight, president of the company. They've designed more than 300 senior living projects, always on the cutting edge. They've helped draft state licensing laws specific to RCFEs, residential care facilities for the elderly. And we're very pleased to have Greg as the architect on this project. The contractor will be CW Driver, well known. They build luxury senior living projects consistent with quality and elegance that we desire here at Simi Valley, and we'll have some pictorials for you to see some of that quality of what this project is going to bring. Just like most stuff I've bought before you guys, I always try and raise the bar in Simi, and this one is going to raise the bar dramatically for anything to do with active seniors. Our landscape architect is also with us tonight, Julie Fredrickson from JZ Design, so she'll be able to answer any landscape questions. Larry Marr, our civil engineer from Southland Civil, done many, many projects, been before you many times. He's with us tonight. Environmental planning, Tony Lacasciato, known countywide and statewide for his environmental expertise, is with us. Also, we have Greg Bagnell, in case there's any questions on what we had to work through with the fire department. We got Francisca Bravo and Claire Luke Yeager. from traffic, from Lynn Scott Law and Greenspan for you. And Richard Ibarra, again, a county-wide known arborist and one of the best in the business with us today. And then last but not least, they got me. I don't know how that happened. Here you're looking at the site on this slide. I know Sean's shown your other site of this. You see Tapple Canyon coming up, headed south towards Brandeis, and the property is just off to the right of Brandeis. In the original pre-screen and was included a letter from Brandeis. They're totally supportive of our project. We've worked out a situation with them where we anticipate we'll have Jewish people potentially living here, and they're going to want kosher food. Brandeis wants to do all the prep for that. They have programs for their students when they're going through their education there where they have to do community outreach. They can't wait to send the students through a gate, walk across our bridge, and have them deal with our seniors and keep them in a somewhat controlled environment nearby the campus. Next slide, please. Housing for seniors. It is identified as the special needs group. Important for this process, Simi Valley General Plan housing element identified a rapid rise in the population of older adults and seniors over the past 20 years. The 2015 Housing and Community Development Needs Survey identified senior housing as one of the top 5 housing needs in the city. General Plan Housing Element Policy, HE 4.3, encourages construction of specialized housing for senior citizens in the community, including planned senior communities such as Hacienda. And worth noting, since 1990, data shows that the population of older adults, 44 to 64, and seniors in the city have been rapidly rising. In the 45 to 64 year age group, in that period of time, it's gone up 89.5%. 65 plus years of age have gone up 149.9%. 3 types of living here. Primarily, it's independent living. We have lots of congregate care. We have lots of Alzheimer's units. We do not have independent living facilities. And that was one of the questions that Commissioner Castleberry asked. I have statistical data that was provided to us by Judy Pepio, who you all know is the senior citizen advocate for housing. She spoke at our pre-screen. And if you want me to go over the numbers on this afterwards, I can. She provided us a list of what is in the hopper, what has been built, what is coming up to be built, but there are no independent living facilities. Also in place, we have the assisted living and memory care, so people can age in place. It's certainly not the primary use of the site. In the housing market, again, when you look at market segmentation, active adults, again, independent seniors, they're needed. Independent living, highly needed. Assisted living, needed. Memory care, needed. All these are provided on site. There are other facilities in town that handle skilled nursing, continuing the care. We've got lots of that. There's segments of that built into this project, but again, active living is the primary focus here. The key for the seniors, they want to live in a nice place. They want to end their life in a place that they've worked for their whole life. They want to have that quality of life. Things that are important to them when we did our survey, they want to be in a city they're familiar with. They don't want to have to move to Sun City or Arizona or somewhere. They want to be near their friends. They want to be near church. They want to be near their medical they've gotten used to. The preferred shopping they enjoy in town. And last but not least, they want to be close to their adult children and mainly their grandchildren. And I can vouch for that one. They want quality living provided, and we need to provide that for our residents, and this project will do it with some elegance, with pampering services, activities, basically of a resort hotel combined with the quality care of a licensed residential care facility. Next slide, please. Here you're just seeing a site plan, again, showing the roadways coming in. I want you to notice the creek area that runs through the middle. We'll be addressing that further down. The creek is what has caused this project to never develop as an industrial site. At our pre-screen, we had one of the few contractors that ever approached the landowner to purchase this property to want to do industrial buildings. Once they ran the cost of what have to take place on this creek, what you have to do environmentally. The bridges alone, I was looking at the construction costs. There are $3.423 million a bridge. So you can see the cost just to bridge the creek. To get over, to take care of what has to be done in the creek bed itself, we had a hydrology engineer work directly with Ventura County Flood Control, Regional Water. There's sheet piling where the bends are that have to be driven into the ground. It's a huge expense. That took the return on investment for an industrial project, and it's what the contractor that looked at this site told the council. They couldn't get it to pencil because of the high cost. It takes a project of this quality and this caliber to be able to handle those costs. Just estimated construction costs on the site are $100 million. Imagine if you had to cost that out and expect a return on investment on some industrial buildings. You're just not going to get it. Next slide. Mr. Locasciato, next slide, please. There we go. This is just an indication of some of the landscape materials that are going to be used on site. In the lower right-hand corner, you see the monument marker of that'll be at the entrance of the site. There's that monument right there. Thank you. Next slide, please. Inspiration. When I originally looked at this project about taking it on, I met with the developer, and the original construction that they were looking at, I didn't feel really was what we wanted here in Simi Valley. And they were very open. They said, tell us what you want. And so I immediately loaded them in the car, took them up to Hummingbird, had them take pictures, and I said, come up with something similar to what's up here. This is a project that everybody loved in town. It's gorgeous. It has that special feel about it. I'd like to continue this kind of feel on your project. And they certainly did that. Next slide, please. Here you see some of the elevations of the buildings. You'll notice you're looking southwest on the site at the upper one. That was Building A. That is the residential care facility with independent living and assisted living. Next one you're looking at is Building B. That's also residential care, independent living with underground parking, and that's at the entrance to the project. Building C, it's along the north property line. That's a residential care facility also with independent living. In Building B, again, that's sort of right at the terminus of Tapo Canyon and Guardian Way, and that's going to be our entrance way in. The next slide shows as you enter the site coming up Tapo, headed towards Brandeis Bardeen, or AJU as it's known, the American Jewish University. This is what the site looks like currently. Next slide. This is what the site is going to look like with the buildings installed, and I've removed all the trees and I've reduced the foreground by 50% so you can get a visual idea of the building structures that will be there. Next slide, please. This is what it will look like with the trees back in that I removed out in the slide and the little additional landscaping we're going to put in. As you can see, coming up Tapo Canyon, except for one part of the building along Pepper Tree Lane by AJU, essentially is almost non-visible. The next batch of slides, I'm going to ask Mr. Locasciato to just go through real quick. These are slides from the architect of some of the major projects they've done for senior living. And these are the inspiration of what's going to be brought into this project to serve the seniors here. So Tony will just run through those slides real quick for you. Let's talk about some project benefits here. This is housing for seniors, and again, they are identified as a special needs group. And let me thumb through my notes here, if you'll give me just a second. It does provide the city with net annual physical benefit over $120,000. It's 5 times more economic benefit than a business park use. Now, I heard Commissioner Hodge question some of those numbers. The original report was done by DPFG, which was a company that has done financial analysis and cost-benefit analysis of the city on many, many projects. And I'm not sure, I tried to follow what he was saying and looking through the economic cost-benefit analysis, and the pages weren't matching up with his comments. There may be another document I don't have there. When we get the comments on that, I'm going to ask one of the principals to discuss that. They're probably more familiar with those numbers than I am, because I have to reflect back on the cost-benefit analysis that the city had done by DPFG. Again, 128 full-time employees. We believe it's the highest and best use for the site. Complements AJU for sure. It is compatible with the business park usage, and more importantly than anything, it's supported by all our neighbors. Next slide, please. Thank you, Tony. Residential care facility for the elderly. Let me discuss that for a second. There are many classifications for residential care for elderly. RCFE is the highest classification you can get. Why did we want that classification? Because what it means to the people that will be on that site, on the site. Under the California Health and Safety Code, when you have this kind of licensing, provides for a range of options for long-term care, and RCFEs are central in that continuum of life care. The project progresses in the field things are progressing in gerontology that are causing us to live longer. I'm hoping to be around at least another 20 years. Fluctuating health and social status of older persons demand a system of residential care that can respond to their needs. This project certainly does that. Again, under this licensing, there are 24/7 people on site. They're monitored monthly, multiple times to make sure, even if they're independent, they're taking their medicines, blood pressure is under control. All that is checked on an ongoing basis to give the children that have helped their seniors get to this quality of life, make sure they're being looked after and taken care of properly. And again, RCFEs represent a humane approach to meeting the housing, social, and service needs of older persons, can provide a home-like environment for older persons with a variety of care needs. Here's a rundown of the salary ranges of the employees that'll be there as far as the economic development to the city and what this is going to provide as far as something we need direly here, which are jobs. Many of you know I've chaired the city's economic committee trying to come up with ways for us to save money, bring in more business, provide jobs. And, you know, we're having a tough time with that for sure here in town. COVID has just exacerbated the problem terribly. So anything we can do to increase jobs in this community are going to be great. And just think about this, as we move seniors that want to locate for this kind of quality of life in here, it frees up some housing stock. When it frees up that housing stock, we can then bring in more people into the community that are going to spend money here. And let's be realistic, we're pretty well built out. So unless we're emptying houses for other people that come here, we're not going to see a lot of growth. Next slide, please. That's just showing some more salary ranges. Next slide, please. Again, as I touched on earlier, some of the high site development costs are what's caused this for years. This property is owned by the Dreyfus family, and yes, it's Richard Dreyfus and his family. And they have tried for years to market this site as office park, as industrial. It's been zero. Like I said, the one gentleman that looked at this property years ago came and testified at the pre-screen, and he said, I'm glad you're doing this. I want to come live here because I couldn't afford to develop it for industrial buildings. The site costs were just too great. You know, just to stabilize Meyer Creek, it's in excess of $3 million just for that. The two bridges, excess of $3.5 million each. Total cost for the project in excess of $100 million. These numbers are very dramatic, obviously, and again, it takes a high-end quality project to be able to acquire the financing, to get the investors in place, and if you don't have a quality project like this that is going to generate the revenue, you frankly can't get financing. And again, You have to get a return on your investment. It has to be over a certain period of time. This project can meet the criteria, investors. We're an industrial park with all the costs of improving the creek, doing the bridges. The return on investment is so long, you would not even be able to get financing for an industrial building. So unless you're going to come up with cash and you don't care to get your profit back in 20 years, yeah, then you might consider it. Next slide, please.
Hey, Dean, let me interrupt you for a minute. This is Mr. Gibson. Yes. Just for the record, you're at 15 minutes, so if Chairman Mann wants to allow you to continue or to wrap it up, I'll defer to Chairman Mann.
I've got 3 more slides.
Go ahead and continue. Wrap it up, though.
Okay. Thank you very much. I know we've had some questions from Commissioner Hodge on the cost benefits, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these. I'm going to let him run his questions on the cost benefit to the principal, who's a planning director. He used to be in Malibu. He's going to be more intimate with these numbers. And again, I'm confused where Mr. Hodge got his numbers, and that's no offense to Mr. Hodge. I'm not sure what document he's looking at because all I have is the cost benefit analysis to look at. Along with this cost benefit, just understand a project of this caliber, you also have to add in all the necessary outside services, supplies, and the multiplier to the Simi Valley business. It's going to be extraordinary in its scope. Next page. Next page. As staff stated earlier, we went through all the environmental studies up front, worked with all the different agencies, and all studies are completed to city staff satisfaction. We're meeting all the guidelines necessary for the city to issue an MND. And as mentioned earlier, you know, we also will have to go through Army Corps, State Fish and Wildlife, Regional Water. They'll all require specialized permits, and we've already have documents for most of those agencies already submitted. And the last page is just a picture of our monument marker going in. Mr. Gibson, if you'd play the short 3-minute video for him, then that would wrap us up.
Stand by, we're going to pull that up.
We had music behind this, but the city system won't allow the music to play, so I may do just a little narration. This is the entrance coming up Capo to Guardian. This is some drone shots of the existing property. That's Brandeis at the top of the picture. Again, notice all the trees. That's along our creek bed. Going up Tapo towards Guardian, towards AJU. And I want to state we hit no seniors during this video. This is winding up the road coming into the project. The building off to the left is one with underground parking in it. You can see it picks up the Mediterranean style. Here's one of these very long bridges, the bridge to creek. You notice the gentleman at the car is dressed appropriately. There is a concierge service for the seniors at this. If they want their car bought to them, if they want to go shopping, a car will be provided and they'll drive them to where they want to go if they don't want to drive themselves. It very much acts like a resort. I will state we had Louis Armstrong singing "It's a Wonderful World" over this, and unfortunately the sound wouldn't go through, so I apologize for that. Again, we're all trying to figure out the technology. At this time, we're available for questions, and our consultants are all here to answer whatever questions you may have.
Are there any questions of the applicant?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Kanicki, what outdoor amenities are there besides the dog park?
Well, hiking for sure.
Yeah.
Because we can tie into the trail system. It's just a short walk to the Arroyo Simi, which is going to be a real advantage again for active seniors. The place will actually have an indoor movie theater also. And I'd like Principal Purvis, if he'd just chime in and identify the other outdoor amenities they have. I think we had a bocce ball court and some other stuff.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Can everybody hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes.
Okay, great. Commissioners, this is Drew Purvis. I'm one of the principals with the project. Nice to be on Zoom with you here tonight. In regard to the outdoor amenities, there's an outdoor dog park. There are bocce ball. There's a passive recreation area. And these areas occur adjacent to the creek, so they interchange and interact with the creek. So one could actually hike along the creek and then come back and then enjoy recreation on site as well. There's also we've got a pool that's located facing the creek as well too, and that's outdoor recreation.
Okay. Another question I have is the people who are in assisted living, will they have interaction with independent living people in this facility?
Not unless the independent living people want to have that interaction. The project is master planned and designed in a manner so there is a separate entrance for memory care and the assisted living occupants. And there's also their own set of common areas in that area.
And that includes dining, so dining is separate as well?
Yeah, there's 2 dining areas, yes, okay. And there is a separate dining area.
And just so you know, the main dining area for here, it's a 5-star restaurant, and then throughout the site we have mini bistros. So if somebody wants to grab a snack for some little function they're going to do or something, that's available. And again, because of the magnitude of the project and how this project is situated, again, just think if you're living there and you decide you want to throw a birthday party for your grandkids or your kids, you can coordinate it all through the concierge. The chefs are all on site. All that stuff is taken care of. And your one fee you pay for your unit, all this stuff is provided. You don't pay for TV. You don't pay for your meals. You don't pay, everything's taken care of for you. You don't need your car if you don't want it. If you got service if you want it. Again, it's almost like living in a resort. It's a quality of care that active seniors are looking forward to. They don't want to be warehoused. And Mr. Purvis touched on something that was very important. I did some tours of a few facilities. At my age, I could sign up and get a tour. And the one thing I noticed when I went to a few of the assisted livings and all that, the senior people didn't really want to be with the guy that was on oxygen or so and so on. I'm at one facility, and a gurney comes right through the main facility, and the gentleman I'm talking to says, "Oh, Mary must have had another stroke." They don't want to deal, like none of us do, with end-of-life thoughts. And so this project has been designed, as Mr. Purvis said, to carefully isolate people that are independent living from the others unless they want that interaction. And if there is some emergency, we have additional entrances for those vehicles to come. So again, the people are not having to see some of the bad stuff that may be going on, for lack of a better word. So again, a lot of thought's been given as to how do we give that quality of care to these people, not just health-wise, but visually and what they're going to experience.
I had one more question. In our packet, there were questions from the CDFW, and there were some responses, but about some of the biological resources in the area. Could you comment on that, on how you feel you've addressed those comments from Fish and Wildlife?
Yes, we'll let Mr. Lacasciato, the premier environmental planner for Ventura County, answer that for you.
Thank you, Dean. Actually, attached to your staff report is a response from the biologist. We did the site surveys. We reviewed all the comments together, provided responses to each of them. There were issues raised by CDFW. We did a couple subsequent site surveys to verify that some of the species they were interested in were not actually on the site, and we made some minor modifications to a couple of the mitigation measures to respond to their comments and incorporate some of their suggestions. With those minor modifications to the city's mitigation measures, all of the issues raised by the Department of Fish and Wildlife have been addressed.
We actually cut a corner off the building to give the appropriate distance they wanted from a plant that's off-site. So whatever we had to do to satisfy those agencies, we did.
Yeah, and I will note, Dean, that the majority of the site where the buildings are going to be is disturbed habitat's been previously disturbed, a lot of non-native species. It's really the creek they were concerned about. The slope that is on the west side of the property contains some sage scrub vegetation. That's where there's more potential, some species they were interested in. That portion of the site won't be impacted by the project and is already preserved by a conservation easement. So really the building's going to be occurring on the disturbed portions of the site, avoiding the creek and avoiding the habitat that's on that hillside.
Okay.
Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner Tolson.
Nothing for me.
Yeah, this is Tim Hodge. Mr. Kinnicky, in case you wish to refer to it, since you were asking, there is an Exhibit 6 to the staff report. I'm sure you have it.
I'd have to shut down the Zoom thing to bring it up on my laptop in front of me, unfortunately.
You asked me the question, I'm giving you your answer. So the question is Exhibit 6. In fact, what it is the staff report for the April 22, 2019 pre-screen. And in it, it includes, beginning at page 11, the cost-benefit analysis, which gives a juxtaposition between the fiscal impact cost-benefit analysis as prepared by DPFG, which is the Planning and Financing Group, versus the city's person who came in and did it, and their evaluation staff's thoughts with respect to what they thought was their own opinions and conclusions as to things. I noticed that the employees that were identified according to DPFG for your project was 139. You're telling me now it's 128, so I can change that down from 139 to 128.
Let me find the number here. I believe you're right in the range. Yes.
Okay. Very good. So that is where I found all of this information. I certainly didn't like this, and I was hopeful that the applicant would be able to speak to these issues, because it seems to me, as I read the rules with respect to changing any kind of land from an industrial use to a residential or other commercial use requiring the zone change in the general plan amendment, there's some very specific requirements that the City Council has adopted as of 2015, which would certainly be before you came to the city for the pre-screen. And I'm following, staff's guidance and the city's rules with respect to this in my evaluation. So I'll speak to those later. By the way, when you make a comment about people with oxygen tanks, so if I become a tenant there and I'm fine and I subsequently develop a need for oxygen, do I get kicked out?
No.
I didn't think so. Thank you very much.
Not at all. Matter of fact, I want you to have the room next to mine so we can chat. Mr. Purvis, can you elaborate a little on what he's talking about in regard to that document? You may have the ability to pull for your ask. All I've got is the DPF chief report in front of me.
Yeah, I can. Thanks very much. Commissioner Hodge, in relation to your question about the cost-benefit analysis, just in general, first of all, the cost-benefit analysis was drafted by a consultant that has drafted many of these cost-benefit analysis for the city in the past. That analysis was actually reviewed by a city's consultant, another cost-benefit analysis expert, and then the two of them at one point, and this is what I think you were referring to in attachment 6, they weren't exactly in sync with one another with the numbers that were being produced. There was quite a bit of back and forth. There was a second and a third iteration of the draft of the report. And then the final version that was presented at the pre-screening meeting with the City Council was the version that was actually supported, certified, and endorsed by the city's consultant. So the numbers that resulted in that report are numbers that were endorsed by the city and accepted by the city.
May I follow up on that?
Yes.
All right. So you heard me ask Mr. Gibson if the city staff report was intended to incorporate Exhibit 6 and to stand by the numbers included within them. And what I'm having difficulty understanding your most recent response. I'll give you an example. The employees for the business park, if it was left alone and developed, DPFG thought that there would be 202 employees, and the city thought there would be 457. That's more than twice the total number of employees if it was the business remained as a business park and was developed in that manner. So these numbers, they're not close, and I was very perplexed by that and why there would be such differences, and then some evaluations for some things that I thought would be pretty elementary, such as adding $20 million in soft costs for the taxable, the property tax benefit. I was just confused as to, I assume that these people who do this kind of stuff do it all the time. They're good at it and they know what they're doing. I understand sometimes how facts can be interpreted depending upon the side that you're on. Frankly, it's what I do for a living. But at the same time, there should be some relative objectivity to this. And when I see 202 employees as identified by your consultant versus the city saying 457, that doesn't sound like a lot of, it sounds like a delta that's just too big for objective misevaluation.
I agree with you on that. That is a pretty large delta. I know that these types of uses, these industrial uses, and I didn't provide this number. It was done by a consultant that is a person who's prepared these reports for numerous cities, including the city in the past. And their findings were the 202 employees. And the city's consultant actually accepted that number. The city's consultant believes that was an accurate number. There may have been additional thoughts about that number from other people on staff, but the city's consultant and our consultant, both of the experts in the field, they certified and finally endorsed that number of 202. That's why it ended up in the report as that number. We would not have been able to even get to a public hearing, pre-screening hearing, if that report was not finalized.
I'll ask Mr. Gibson why. I asked him earlier if staff was standing by the 457 number, and he said yes. So I'll let him address that.
So again, the cost-benefit analysis is not the be-all, end-all in the consideration of whether this project could move forward. It's more of a tool to evaluate the overall consideration of the overall project. Again, at the time, the City Council, starting in 2015, requested these cost-benefit analyses for to show if there's an extremely unique project that provides an overwhelming benefit to the community, monetary benefit, including development costs or current and future uses. And there was this evidence with these figures and the benefit analysis was presented to the council, and the study wasn't adequate enough to allow the applicant to proceed with this request without having to further bring this back to City Council to further justify those concerns. So,
Yeah, Mr. Gibson, you're referring to page 11 of Exhibit 6, and in the center of that one, where it talks about the city having this requirement that for a general plan pre-screen application involving industrial land that's going to change from industrial business park land that support industrial jobs. And I'll quote this: it says the City Council endorsed only authorizing pre-screening requests to convert industrial designations to residential or commercial designations for extremely unique projects that provide an overwhelming benefit to the community. And then it says benefit, including development costs or current and future use, should not be used to support the application. So anyway, so I was reading this quite carefully, and I'll talk a little bit more about it later.
Commissioner Hodge, any other questions? Commissioner Hodge, any other questions?
None at the moment.
Commissioner Tolson?
None at the moment.
Nothing for me.
Yes, you. Yes, you. I currently have none. Are we on to the Zoom ones?
So now, if you want to open up the public comment portion of the hearing.
Okay, so did we receive any requests from members of the public to make a public statement on Zoom for this item? If so, please raise your hand. Please use the hand raise function on your computer or number 9 on your phone. Staff will unmute you. Do we have anybody wanting to make comments?
I had not received any requests for Zoom comments, and I don't see any hand raises.
Okay. Did we receive any email comments on this item received after 5 p.m. today?
No, we did not receive any emails after 5 p.m.
It was easy. So we have no comments from staff regarding statements made during public hearing. Oh, no, that's actually during the public hearing. Are there any comments from staff regarding statements made during the public hearing?
Yes, the staff, I got a text from Eric Chen, our associate planner. Currently, Simi Valley has 575 assisted living beds, with the Foothills and Simi Valley Sunrise project as the major providers. An additional 300 beds are under construction or near completion.
So the 575 were actual beds we already have available or under construction?
Eric Chen, would you like to elaborate on that?
Yes, hello?
Go ahead, Eric.
Can you give those
Okay,
numbers again?
so, yes, that is correct. 575 beds are currently available. Most of them are probably from the two major service providers. And then the remaining are basically smaller 6-bed units that's sprinkled around town.
Of the 575 that are available, what is the occupancy factor of those?
We do not know.
I'm sorry?
I think that it's worth noting those are care facilities per se, a little different than independent living.
That's correct. That's correct.
Chairman Mann, if I might ask a question, Mr. Chen?
By all means, go ahead.
Yeah, all right. So the 300 that are under completion, those are assisted living that also include memory care, correct?
I am not involved with those projects. I do not know the details behind that. All I know is that they are providing 200 beds.
Yeah. Well, the 300 that you're talking about under completion, that's the one on Royal and also the one on at Chapel Canyon and Cochrane, correct?
Yes, Meridian, Oakmont, and I believe it is Griffin.
Yeah, those came before us, and the one on Royal is assisted living, most of 1 and 2 bedrooms, as I recall. And I don't recall if they have memory care. I think they do. And I know the one on Cochrane has memory care, also assisted living, so that a person can go from the assisted living facility over to the memory care if once that's required. We also, the Planning Commission also approved, I believe it's at least 3 other facilities. There's one, I think it's actually being built over on Erringer, just south of Royal. There's the one on Los Angeles Street across from Stater Brothers, and I recall there being at least one more. And as I recall, each of those are assisted living, and I don't remember the numbers of beds. But
got it. So that one near Erringer is called Urban Commons, I believe, and that one is 94 beds.
Okay, and then there's the other 2 that so far haven't put the pedal to the metal.
Mr. Hodge, if I might, I got Judy Pepio's the housing liaison.
Okay, I haven't asked you a question, Mr. Kanicki. I'm sorry. So I'm really just trying to limit, the evening. It's already 10:52. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I was talking to staff.
And members of the Planning Commission, the projects Mr. Chen are referring to are primarily assisted living. The proposed application has a substantial independent living component, so I believe it's a slightly different product than some of the existing ones in the city.
Mr. Chen, do we have any independent living facilities in the city currently?
My understanding is Simi Hills is one of them. I believe they have 96.
That's right.
96 units.
That's independent living?
I believe so. I'm pretty sure he's
Which one is that again?
Simi Hills.
Yeah.
Over by the Presidential Drive in Woodmatch.
I think he's referring to the one on Madera Road, which is above Wood Ranch. That's more of a vacation resort sort of situation, where that's what they call it, where it's more of an independent living facility on Madera Road.
Right. So that's very similar to the facility that they're putting in here, correct? Independent living?
That's my understanding. It's similar. I'm not sure if that one's exactly what sort of licenses it has, but it provides services, and it's more of an independent living setup, to my understanding.
So, for my ignorance, senior housing is just senior housing. Assisted living is they have a kitchen, but there's facilities that are there to help them should they need it. In independent living?
Absolutely. Independent living is my understanding, and the applicant, you could ask the applicant to clarify that, but independent living is kind of a higher level where you don't need immediate assisted living care assistance. It's more of you could go in and out and serve yourself, things of that nature.
And then obviously, assisted living is, I would view it as you have no kitchen in assisted living, but independent living you do. Because these units here have kitchens, correct, in the independent living ones? Mr. Kanicki, this is a question for you. The 300-plus beds or 300-plus rooms, do these facilities have kitchens to allow people independent living to cook on their own? Okay, Mr. Kanicki is still muted.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. So.
Yep. Yes.
So these independent living facilities have kitchens, but there's also incorporated into some kind of meal program for them as well?
There's a 5-star restaurant and bistros in the buildings for if they don't want to cook, they don't have to. They can actually have their meals delivered to them if they want. So they have total autonomy food-wise to do as they please.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Kanicki. That was my question. So we're back to, are there any comments from staff regarding statements made during public hearing? I think, Mr. Gibson, we were to you.
Yeah, I'll refer to just any other questions you may have.
I don't have any. Anybody else? Okay. Would the applicant like to respond to any of the, turn my page, comments regarding statements made during public hearing?
Mr. Purvis?
Not I, no.
I don't have anything either, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. No other comments concerning. Well, if there are no further questions, we will close the public testimony portion of the hearing. Are there any comments or questions from members of the Planning Commission?
You're going to start with me, huh?
What the heck?
Okay. So as I understand it, this would add, to the assisted living stock of the city, it would add 25 beds. So not a great deal, but it would add some, and it would add 26 memory care, which, and the rest of them are independent living. And I still find it really interesting, these 3-bedroom units. I'm very curious about that.
I'm with you on that, too.
But I could see that, especially since it's a small number, where it's only 15 units, that I'm sure there's some people who would, I don't know, set up an art studio or something if they have the money to do that. The property itself, I understand the concern that, like maybe this could be used as industrial or something, but I agree with Mr. Kanicki, it doesn't pencil out, because if it did pencil out, this would have been an industrial this would have been an industrial park 5 or 10 years ago easily. I don't know. I think overall this project is better for the city. I'm in favor of changing the zoning dedication. I do like the project, and it doesn't sound like we have much in this independent living category, and this would be something that would help the city. And the other thing, at first I was a little worried about this, changing the designation, that maybe, if they abandon the project. But after discussing this, I don't really see how somebody's going to put in a veterinarian office or some of the other things that are on this. I don't see how that makes any sense, because there's so many other places in the city where those other things would make more sense. So I think because of this location, and I think because of the benefit to the city, I'm in favor of this project.
Stay on the desk. Go ahead.
I'm with Commissioner Rice on 3-bedroom units. I don't quite understand independent living seniors needing 3 units because they don't have their kids with them. So that's a little confusing to me. But other than that, typically with zoning changes, I'd like to see some sort of amount of affordability, because I see that as a benefit to the city. However, after hearing how many beds we have. I think we are lacking in the independent living category, and obviously the memory care and the assisted living beds are needed as well. I would be curious just if some point staff could get a list of how many of each type of beds we have, just for the commission's information, just so we can kind of keep a running total, because I know I've gotten quite a few concerns from citizens that they feel like all we're doing is building senior housing, and that they would like to see more for younger people as well. So that's something just off topic, not necessarily for this public hearing. I actually like the design quite a bit. I looked at it, and while I was reviewing it, my mom actually came over and was like, "Oh, that looks really nice. Where's that supposed to be?" So very impressed with the design, so thank you for that. Other than that, I agree with Commissioner Rice's comments on the site. I know we've had issues developing the site. It's not an easy one to do because of all the work that has to be done with the creek bed. To have both of the neighboring businesses support it. I know we saw the letters of support from American Jewish University and from the industrial owners to the north side of the arroyo. That is also a very big plus for me. So as it stands, I'm in favor of this project. I wouldn't mind seeing the conditional zoning, but I'm not opposed if we don't have it. I also agree with Commissioner Rice. I don't think that anything else will really pencil out on this site. So bravo for making something work on one of probably our more challenging sites in the city.
Commissioner Tolson.
Yes, I think that the independent living, we have a need and it fills a need. The neighbors are in agreement and they're happy to have something there versus what's there now with vagrants and all the other things that's going on there. Quality, you cannot get anything better in terms of the type of place that we're bringing to the area. Top of the notch. And I think it's excellent use of the property. Despite the creek, I think it's a beautiful thing.
Again, I think did you break up mid-sentence?
I got to the creek and...
Yeah, we heard creek and then we didn't hear anything more.
My last thing is I'm totally in favor of this project.
Thank you. Commissioner Hodge.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, the project is, from appearances, it looks beautiful. I think it's a little light on outdoor activities or indoor activities. There's some smaller projects have all the same things, with the exception of the hike. When you see these kinds of projects, they're one of the arguments that we hear, or not arguments, rather, the positions that we hear, is that they're near other things, such as shopping and restaurants and that kind of thing, where people can go right outside and they'd be right next to these particular amenities. This one, of course, is surrounded by the hillsides and then industrial / business park projects. If you take a look at some of the overheads, there's no place to go unless you get into a car, which is I think, a bit of a problem because a lot of these folks don't have them. I understand that they have the concierge service, et cetera, and some of the other places here in town do as well. I worry about whether or not 357 homes, units would properly serviced by that, because as we know, folks when they get a little bit older, they can stop driving cars. I take a look at this project from the perspective of the way the city has outlined it in terms of what to do when evaluating changing zoning from one to another and taking a look at the cost benefit. So once again, I'll repeat this. The City Council endorsed only authorizing pre-screen requests to convert, which obviously this isn't a pre-screen, this is from that staff report, to convert industrial designations to residential or commercial designations for extremely unique projects that provide an overwhelming benefit to the community. I think this is a pretty unique project, so that might meet that. I don't know if it meets extremely, because like I said before, we do have other projects. They provide virtually the same services as this one. Although those other ones are assisted living, I think it's almost a distinction without a difference, because a lot of people who move into this property within who knows how much time, probably not very long, if they could go from active to needing some assistance. In fact, most people, I think, like to stay in their own homes while they're active enough not to have to use assistance. That's, of course, a monetary issue for the developer, and I won't get in the way of that, because if they think there's a market for it, then fully for them. And they're the ones who are coming up with the cash. So the city requires overwhelming benefit to the community. And I think that the applicant has the burden of proof on this. And the part that disturbs me about, and why I have such trepidation about this, is you take a look at the analysis that was done by the developer, the applicant, and you take a look at the analysis that was performed by the city, and the city sort of one by one takes apart the analysis as proposed by the applicant. And in fact, this is the strongest I've ever seen a staff report, deal with a project. I've never seen anything like this. It's all found in Exhibit 6. It's as clear as the day it's long, and then there are also concerns and problems about conditioning the project in such a way to make sure that this gets built as an RCF. Now, that's something that I think the City Council should take a look at if they actually get this done there. Because staff, once again, I've never seen staff deal so stridently with these kinds of concerns to make sure that if you take it out of the business park zoning as it is right now, that it make it something else, that we may be looking at ultimately something entirely different. Frankly, with all these people lined up and seeing them, it looks like a real deal. I'm not terribly concerned about whether or not it's going to be something else. But once again, I would like to see the numbers right. The numbers apparently are wrong. We have different numbers of employees. We have different incomes. We have all kinds of things in the staff report that strongly address the arguments and positions that were made by the consultants and by the applicant with respect to the economic cost benefit analysis, all the way down to apparently this as we all know, industrial space has become more and more popular. At least from 2016 on, the owner of the property was positioning this as an office park. And office parks have, that market has been declining so quickly. And with respect to the penciling out argument, I remember when I don't remember the name of the project, but it's that very large industrial project south of the railroad track, east of Madera, north of, I guess it's Easy Street, I'm not sure. 500,000 square feet of industrial is going in there. And a couple of years before that project came to the Planning Commission, it went to a pre-screening before the City Council. And in that particular proposal, the applicant said industrial. That's why we want to include almost 50% of the acreage for residential high density. And the City Council, Mayor Hubert was the mayor at the time, and the council members just said no. Well, it's easy to make the argument that something won't pencil out. I mean, they tried to make that argument that it wouldn't pencil out, and then miraculously, 2 years later, it comes back and it pencils out wonderfully, and they're proceeding, and it's going to be a real benefit to the economic and financial benefit to the city. Here, the staff is taking to task the applicant with respect to whether or not this could be developed, irrespective of the creek. I noticed Mr. Kinnicky made some comments about it being $100 million to build, and of course that was $100 million to build this project, not to build an industrial project. And as to whether or not it would necessarily have been built as an industrial project in the past, well, that 500,000 square foot project that we approved just a couple of years ago had never been approved, had never been, built as industrial before, or planned to be built industrial until 2 years ago. So I'm not persuaded by that argument. I can't support this project based on the staff report and the facts as have been brought by this applicant thus far. I'm not saying that they're not right. I'm saying that the staff report does not give me any kind of bases upon which to support the project based upon the standards that the city set.
Okay. My comments are, one, I've already closed public hearings, so I won't even get into that. I am somewhat concerned, like Commissioner Hodge, on the staff report. Some of the numbers just seem to be so widely varied from what they're saying in their cost-benefit analysis to what the staff is. Numbers are numbers. I mean, I would like to see some of the information that the city came up with to justify their answers. I'd like to see some of the numbers that the cost-benefit analysis came up with to benefit theirs. The question is that really going to persuade me one way or the other? Because the cost-benefit analysis is one portion of what the city relies on to do a change. As Commissioner Hodge said, extremely unique benefits that provide an overall benefit to the community, monetary benefit including, should not necessarily be considered. So if there is, even if there is a cost-benefit analysis, I'm not sure if that makes a difference one way or the other. It definitely fills a need. Part of me says, if this was truly a viable industrial complex or a place for an industrial complex, somebody would have already bought it. It wouldn't be languishing or still available. When we say that we desperately need industrial buildings, somebody, the previous person that was speaking, Chet, if this was available for sale as an industrial complex, you would think somebody that does industrial buildings would have bought it. Something has dissuaded people from buying this, and from what the developer is saying, it is just the cost of developing it as an industrial building don't pencil out financially. That they need something similar to what they're building now to make it a financial return on their money. Otherwise, this thing is going to go nowhere and it's going to keep sitting there. Part of me says I'd like to see more information, but then again, even if I see more information, I don't know if I would be persuaded one way or the other based on that information. So I'm kind of up in the air right now as far as which way I'm going to go. I don't really have any questions or comments. It's just I'm not sure if I believe whose figures to believe, and even if I do believe one or the other, is the cost-benefit analysis enough to dissuade me one way or the other to not approve the project. So that's about as articulate as I'm going to get tonight.
Excuse me, Chairman?
Yes.
Did we do a condition to approve or disapprove or go before the City Council based upon verifying these numbers prior to going to them?
Okay, hang on. I'm not hearing a word of what you're saying. I cannot hear you or understand you.
Should we do a condition that the numbers need to be verified prior to going to the City Council?
There's a certain, I mean, I don't know if the numbers need to be verified. More so, I think obviously we need to figure out how the city came up with their numbers and how the other people did their cost-benefit analysis. Almost, they would need a new or another cost-benefit analysis, because I don't see any backup data for how they can come up with their numbers. You know, you have just the case in point, one of them saying it should yield 202 jobs. That's the company that was hired that the city evidently has approved. 202 employee opportunities, where according to the staff, accepting the subject property can yield, or 208,000 square feet should yield 2.2 jobs, is 457. I mean, those numbers are just staggeringly different. One says 202, one says 457, and there's other, you know, you look at the finances of it, the fiscal impact. The $116,000, if the recurring revenue is the property taxes, and that includes $20 million in soft costs, that number is off. But is it off enough to not make this an approvable project for the assisted living? Again, if it was a viable industrial project, somebody would have already bought it and developed it. And because they haven't, I think other people have probably, again, I'm surmising, they've looked at it and the numbers don't pencil out. These are the first guys that have said, okay, we can make this work, but it needs to be done as this. They're thinking outside the box. They're taking, granted, an industrial area to do something with it, but if it's an industrial area, but industrial area that won't pencil out monetarily, it can sit there forever as an industrial area and never, ever, ever work. At least this now gets a piece of land. It gets a higher and better use for it. Again, I'm surmising that other industries have looked at it and it doesn't pencil out as an industrial complex. And these guys are saying, okay, it doesn't work for that. Let's make it work for this. and they're making their numbers justify. Commissioner Tolson, is there something else? Or is I just rambling?
If we approve it tonight, it's going to go before the city council. Have another look at it.
I didn't get that.
If we approve it tonight, it moves towards the city council to have another look at these numbers.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we make the recommendation to the city council. The city council can, before they give it any approval, can do whatever they want to do with it. They can make them go back to square one. They can make them come back to us. They can have them do their own reports. At that point, it'd be purely up to what the city council wanted to do, because all we're doing is making a recommendation.
And we had a comment that the city staff approved the numbers that they gave.
Go ahead, Mr. Gibson.
The city staff didn't approve those numbers per se. The pre-screening spelled out the differences in the two numbers which everyone's talking about, and the suggestion was to the city council at that time, if we want to ask the applicant to do another round of analysis to resolve the difference in those numbers, and the city council said, no, you don't have to change your study to proceed with your application. Possible recommendations tonight is to suggest that the applicant provide additional data to the city council on their own. A more formal approach would be to submit a full study again to the city. Then we'd have to hire our peer reviewer, and that'll just be a lengthy process to compare it even further and work out the details. We don't know if the answer will be the same in the end. So those are a couple options, or just let the city council make that determination is option number 3.
How long did it take to do a cost-benefit analysis, roughly?
With all the back and forth, it could take 6 weeks.
Okay. So our typical options are go to vote, approve it, send it on to city council with recommendations to either look at, do, recommend them to get a new cost-benefit analysis or something along those lines, deny the project, or continue the project and have the developer come back to us with a new cost-benefit analysis at a later date.
Right, you could have the caveat just to recommend that they also do a cost-benefit analysis, but move it forward without requiring them to do it, but that's just your suggestion that they do it before the city council approves it. They could go with it that way.
Okay.
Asking to have it done now, that might be a stretch for the applicant to do at this point. If they go along with it, they certainly can, or they could take their chances without doing it.
Again, 'cause I'm not sure if a new cost-benefit analysis, one way or the other, would be the deciding factor as to whether or not this is an approvable project.
I agree.
Commissioner Castleberry? Sorry.
Chairman Mann?
Yes.
You can ask the applicant if he has any response to some of the concerns by opening up the public hearing.
Good idea. Okay, let's reopen the public hearing. Mr. Kinnicky.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you well. Anything to give us more information on this cost-benefit analysis and the discrepancies thereof?
Well, again, because of the city requested study, I have to go with the numbers that were produced by their hired gun, essentially. Council knew all this at the pre-screen, yet they wanted to move forward. So I think they must have felt there were overriding considerations on this as far as what the project was doing to the community.
Right.
I did take a note based on Commissioner Hodges' comments. I made a note to go over with my applicant that we get those documents, take a look at them, and listen, the delays we've had because of the fires that took place, that added delays. the COVID thing that's added delays. We have an interest rate clock ticking that goes on every month. I'll be very frank with you, and it's dramatic money. We're going to get to a tipping point where even though we're pretty well pregnant right now, we're going to say we just can't do it. I mean, we're getting close to it. So the note I made was to sit down with my applicant, compare those two documents, and then sit down with staff and see if we can come up with an understandable document for everybody prior to the council meeting. And based on the comments you guys are going to provide the council, there's no way I want to go to the council meeting without having this ironed out, because those same questions are going to arise now. So I want to work with my applicant and with staff to revise, redo, reanalyze, figure out where this disconnect was before we get to the council meeting. So I can tell you right now, we're already going to do that. Mr. Purvis, do you disagree with that?
I agree with you.
I mean, you know, I'm going to tell my applicant we have to do that. I don't want to go to city council meeting and not be able to clear up this ambiguity. It's got me a little confused. So I want to be able to go back through this and figure out so I can give you appropriate, accurate answers. And I want to provide that to council. So you have my word, we're going to do it prior to council meeting.
Yeah, I mean, bottom line, if you don't do it, you know you're not going to get past city council because they're probably going to kick it back somewhere or give you a continuance because they're going to want the same answers.
They are. You know, you guys are advising them on what you saw on the economic end, and we'd be foolish, and you guys know I've been doing this way too long here in town, I'd be foolish to go to council without having this question answered. So we will get it answered, I can assure you of that.
Okay. Any other questions while we have the public hearing reopened for the applicant?
Well, what I'm hearing is perhaps maybe a continuance might be appropriate.
No.
Ooh.
Well,
No.
David, do I close the public hearing so we can talk?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and close the public hearing again. So if we do a continuance, it would be, David, this is to you. If we do a continuance, it would be for them to come back to us with the information, and then we would vote, and it's going to go to the city council, or we can just approve it, either condition upon them coming up with this information to provide it to the council, because I think Mr. Kinnicky is agreeing that the city council is going to come up with these same questions. And if they present this to the city council without having the information at hand to answer the city council questions, they're going to get either a continuance or denial then. So if we do a continuance now and they come back to us, we're just delaying the inevitable them going to the city council. Are we better off just to go ahead and approve it, either condition upon them having this information for the city council, or just flat out approve it and then let them take their chances, and hopefully they have all the appropriate information the city council is going to want at that time?
Well, the Planning Commission has the option to approve it and require that added information be presented before the city council.
Okay.
I say we call for a vote.
Before we call for the vote, does any other commissioners have any other comments or statements that they want to make?
The cost-benefit analysis isn't going to sway me. I'm still in favor of this project, but I do know that if, after saying that they're going to have it for council and not to have it for council, would probably end up in a denial anyway. So I'm comfortable not conditioning it to just approving it and letting it go forward and letting the council make the final determination.
Okay.
I concur.
Commissioner Tolson, Commissioner Hodge, any comments before we enter a call for a reading?
The only thing that I would like to see in the minutes, which hopefully the council will have the opportunity to read, is to ensure that, I mean, I think, unless I didn't hear it, I think that at least 4 of the members of the Planning Commission have expressed some concern about the accuracy of the numbers and therefore the ability to analyze those numbers as part of the consideration for approving it. I don't know that Commissioner Rice has that concern at this point, but it seemed to me as if there was that consideration for 4. 4 have indicated that they're, based upon assuming that the numbers are accurate, that they're okay with approving it. I'm not, and I haven't changed on that because I still think it's their burden to prove and they haven't met it. But if my thought is that if you approve something, that and I don't think conditioning it makes any sense. But I do think that there should at least be something upfront and expressed with clarity that four members were concerned or about the lack of consistency between the applicant's numbers and the city's numbers, and that should be cleared up to make sure that the council has what they need to have in order to make a decision.
I do agree with that. Okay, with that said, may I please have a reading of the resolution?
Resolution SVPC 062020, a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Simi Valley recommending to the City Council approval of GPA 105, SPS 9, Amendment Number 5, ZS 746, TPS 695, CUPS 822, and the project's mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring plan to construct a 357-unit residential care facility for the elderly located at the southwest corner of Tapple Canyon Road and Guardian Street.
The chair will now entertain a motion.
I move to adopt a resolution recommending approval of GPA 105, SPS 9, Amendment Number 5, ZS 746, TPS 695, CUPS 822, and the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring plan.
Motion was made by Commissioner Rice. May I have a second?
I second the motion.
I have a second by Vice Chair Castleberry. Call for the vote.
Commissioner Hodge.
No.
Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Chairperson Mann.
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Castleberry.
Yes.
Commissioner Tolson.
Yes.
The motion passes. The appeal period for ZS 746 and CUPS 822 is 14 calendar days. The appeal period for, hang on, let me find my sheet again. For TPS 695 is 10 calendar days. The appeal period for GPA 105 and SPS 9, Amendment 5, is 5 calendar days. Proceed to the next item.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Looking forward to living next to you, Dean.
Maybe we can get a door between so we can play poker.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Take care. Good evening and stay healthy.
Oral.
I'm looking at my wrong sheet here. Yeah, okay. Oral communications reports. Staff. Any oral communications or reports?
Well, yes, I'll just mention that our next meeting is on August 19th, 2020. We have one item for a 9,500 square foot industrial building on East Easy Street. That's August 19th. Continuing to anticipate to be a Zoom meeting. So we'll certainly try to work those bugs out. And thanks for bearing with us on my first Planning Commission evening as Deputy Director. So I'm sure I started off with a bang.
Yeah.
Congratulations, God, you did great.
Oral communication reports, Planning Commissioners.
Nothing.
I have one thing. So after the last Planning Commission meeting, myself and Commissioner Tolson were able to attend the California League of Cities Planning Commissioners Academy in Sacramento before our travel got shut down. So it was a very enriching experience. I got to do the more advanced classes this time, so I did learn quite a bit. Unfortunately, most of the legislation that they talked about well, fortunately or unfortunately, has died in the legislature due to COVID, so there isn't a whole lot to bring back, but it was a very good experience.
Commissioner Tolson, Commissioner Hodge?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay, my little notes. Staff, you did a wonderful job. We worked through the problems that we had, computer errors, technical errors. You guys did a great job, as always. Kudos to you. Mr. Gibson, great job on your first meeting. Mr. Peros, he has big shoes to fill, but I think he did a wonderful job. David, I love the fact that you're back there, still chiming in. Appreciate that very much. Mobile Home Rent Mediation Board?
We have no items.
Tree Advisory Board?
No items.
Then as of 11:30, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you one and all. Jen, the amount of paperwork that you guys put together for this